Absolutely.
And DJ either Kel or Tetra Life on the flip day. And oh, the Forever Beautiful Calendar, we gonna call that name Gene.
Wait, was that the
So
macaroni?
no, see, I'm working on that Forever Beautiful name for photography now for me because I
Mm.
don't want to use Ketro and DJ Kelly. They'll probably be because I looked at the name Kelsey and it had a name in that meaning of it, and I was going to use that one word for it. I
Mm-hmm.
wrote it down somewhere in my notebook,
Mm-hmm.
and I was just looking, reading it, and I was like, okay, that fit. Now where did I put it at? I have no idea. Yeah, but it's not called simple. But
Listen,
I think
you got to get better with your damn name calling because I promise your ass you are the most insulting name. Don't what I would hate. I'm glad I got my goddamn name because I can only imagine what the fuck you would come up for my ass. Goddamn noodles and shit. The fuck is with? I promise y'all, he's worse with fucking names than anything. Oh my god, he's worse with fucking names.
I'm working on that Forever Beautiful name, but it's called, I think I called it
Promise y'all,
KG.
he's worse with fucking names. Hold on, I'm trying to make sure I got all this sound right. Okay.
I think it's called KG, K-Rail, something like that. I'm going to work with it again, but that macaroni could be on that one too, but if she cooperate and answer her damn phone or what text, whatever, we'll be fine.
I'm
So
sick of you.
I got other options just in case because I write down get everything.
Mm-hmm.
So the Forever Beautiful catalog is gonna be like the old Jet Beauty of the Week, Ebony type of thing,
Uh huh.
or maybe like the old Essence catalog, and mostly, you know, it would be like you dress how you like to dress as a lady. You know, if you want to wear like a bougie outfit
Right.
or something like the one that you had posted on TikTok a minute ago with the black leather pants and the green, I think it was a green shirt, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
you just use the beauty, and I would just be like beauty of the week or something like that, and
Mm.
then use like a music type of song. I had to kind of go with the music of it, and then just put a little note on there, something like that,
Right.
and that would be kind of like beauty of the week. Now, some of them I'm not gonna post. I'm
Mm-hmm.
just gonna hold them because some of them might be a little uncut, depending on how they want to be swimsuits from Sports Illustrated or whatever.
Right.
But guys will have to kind of pay for that. They will have to pay for that one
Subscription.
because that right there, so it's gonna be different from the book page in along with the Forever Beautiful. It's gonna be different.
Mm-hmm.
So so they can go to the beach, or if we went to a jazz festival
Mm-hmm.
and you got some type of sunflower shirt in Florida or something like that, that would be kind of like beautiful. Just like when I did macaroni, a little dip a picture of her.
Right.
That would kind of be like beautiful too, because she had on a bathing suit, but she had on the little scarf wrapped around her.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be kind of like beautiful. So I'm gonna mix it up, but I'm trying to have some more black ladies kind of do that. Like you don't have to always dress, you know, uh, half naked. You can just wear like some blue jean pants and have a little shirt, maybe whatever, because you already have your hair done,
Right.
and you can be natural. You don't have to wear makeup if you don't want to. If you got a Nubian afro, looking like Queen Sheba, yeah, I'll work with. So that's
Absolutely.
what I'm looking at. Matter of
Absolutely.
fact, I might be using the damn. I would like to ask her, my boss, because she had
Absolutely.
that. Cause she got that. She got that Arrested Development type of look.
You know what? Let's stop talking about people because I'm sick of your ass. You're not good with names.
No, real talk. Like she got like the female Arrested Development girl, the one that was leading the song Tennessee. Kind of got
Take
her
me
little
to
look a little bit.
another
Yeah,
home.
yeah. She kind of had that cute look. Like, okay, that might. I was looking at her one time when she was redeeming me, and I was like, okay, Forever Beautiful. That would sink in, but I need a name for her. It would probably be Salon or some shit. But I'll work with it. I'm gonna work with it, man.
Well,
I'm gonna work this time. On that Forever Beautiful. I'm gonna work on the name.
please,
Give me the better name.
please
What y'all
come,
need.
please, because Jesus Christ, I'm glad I got my own fucking name because I'm pretty sure you give me a horrible. You know what? What would you call me? Fucking snowflake or some shit? I would not. You know what? I'm just sick of you. Absolutely.
I would have probably called you Goddess Kia. That's what I probably would have called you. Some shit, man.
Jesus.
And have a meaning of it be like she likes the fire of the wind.
I'm fucking sick of your ass. Shut up. The fire of the wind.
They just kept the planet, the cartoon, y'all. Okay, it was white wind. Use your imagination, people.
I'm sick of you. I'm sick of you. All right. So, because I don't want to hold you on, on you good for the rest of the night, right? Because you ain't getting your birthday gift.
I'm not doing nothing till probably like 9 to 10 o'clock at night, man, on my time, because most like after I went with the young lady, and we hanged out, me and other homies, we hanged out on the birthday, listen to Bone Thugs and Harmony of all music.
Listen, I fucked with the Bone Thugs and Harmony. I used to hang out with them fuckers.
Yeah, but the thing was because they always mix it up. They always was playing like the Hawaii music, but they playing kind of like the East '99 album. So I was like, "Whoa! I didn't know Homeboy because I think he's under Generation Z."
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, "Oh, you like Bone Thugs and Harmony? Okay." And then play some Too Short a little bit, and play a little Ludacris and everything. And I guess he wanted to know a little bit about some of the old school artists, so I gave him a song from the Four Tops,
right?
No Woman,
right?
So I had to tell him like, okay, when you play a song like that, that was back in the mainland. That's more of a step music in the community, I say you can step off of that jam, and you kind of can slow it down. There's more of a step dance or a two-step type of dance, And Drake do some cognac with that, some chick named Kiara.
I'm not fucking with you in the names, my guy. I'm not doing it. Not ever. That macaroni shit had me enough. I know not to ever let you call me a name. That's macaroni.
She do. She was like macaroni for and she was like, okay.
No, she was just smitten with you. I know she got home doing some goddamn macaroni. He could call these fucking chow mein noodles, chow mein or something. Goddamn macaroni. What the fuck?
Macaroni, y'all. It was like, yeah, I like that night, bro. Macaroni the night. She do.
Hello, everyone. Thank you guys for coming in, chiming in with me today. I have my favorite friend, Kilo. He's known on Instagram and Facebook, forever being banned and shit, but he keeps fucking going back. I, on the other hand, refuse to do such an abusive, addictive thing.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate you. So, today we decided to talk about relationships within the lifestyle and how it can have pros and cons. And I'm going to be more of the realist because he knows me. I'm coming back with questions. Absolutely. So, Kilo, before we get started, would you like to say anything on your behalf of your platform?
Basically, just support it. If I'm on Kilo with Kilo, that's pretty much, I mix a little thing with music or just talking, but I'm gonna actually increase the material start a podcast off that soon. Also, on I'm doing the DJ Kale, which is music, different gene. Probably start doing more battles. Um, Mostly old school, something like that, jazz,
He's
just some rap.
crucial.
And
He's
and
crucial.
then also I have the flip page, which is Ketro Life. You can catch that on Instagram.
And that's
And
how you spell that
yeah,
on Instagram?
Ketro Life would be KETROLIFE. And basically it's in the West Coast. And that's on the whole Honolulu, Hawaii side. So still working on that one. Some success to it. And then I'm gonna extend that as well. And coming soon, we have a be a new title that I'm working on. So be ready for that as well.
I'm excited about that part though. Forever
Yes.
beautiful.
Yeah.
It's better than macaroni. He calls a model macaroni. He changed her name though. He said you're gonna be macaroni. I'm like, I would have just buried his ass in sand. Like, who the fuck is you talking to? At least call me chow mein or lo mein or some goddamn macaroni.
It was some oh she, okay, y'all. You ever look at people that look like food? So I just looked at her and I was like, okay, nice looking young lady. And it just came up. I was like, you know what? I got a name for you. You ever been called macaroni? Because that's what you taste like. And she was like, man, you so crazy. I said, we're going to stick with macaroni, y'all.
She tasted.
And
She tasted like macaroni. Oh dear God. Maybe she should have been.
macaroni, and just need some simple names, and like just like the other one.
Can I ask a question? Was it her feet that tasted like macaroni, or was it just her entirely tasting like macaroni?
I think it was all the above. It was all the above.
These are by his mistakes.
Yeah, accident does happen, but I was trying to eat the potato salad, but eventually I tasted her, so macaroni was more delicious. So.
And when I say accidents, that means he slipped in the fucking pudding and stayed the night and had to go home in the morning.
Yeah, that's what that means.
That's why.
So I say accident, even if I post something, I'd be like, have a good Friday accident or a good Saturday accident. I ain't talking about being an injury. We're just talking about something you just slide down and say, oh, my bad. Let me get up like, oh, wait a minute.
You see.
That's what that means.
This is why we have this conversation tonight, because being that Kilo is about the foot lifestyle, and I'm amongst the lifestyle other things as well. Kilo lives in Hawaii, the perfect fucking state to actually look at feet, to find good foot models. He gets very fortunate with a lot of, and they're not just Hawaiian people. They're Filipinos. I think you said Samoan, all kinds of different types of women down there.
Yeah, you have Portuguese, you have whites, and you have the blacks. You have Japanese, Thai, Tom. So and then also keep in mind, that they also mix. So you might have some that's Hawaiian, Polynesian mixed together. So yeah, it's a variety of them, different ethnics here. But yeah, a lot of them, especially the women they're pretty big, they pretty budget on the beach or at the park or even at the library.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd be surprised at the church when I used to go to like some of the conventions, and you see them and hey man, you either compliment them or whatever. tell them, catalog or how to. It's a way of how to approach it, which
Mm-hmm.
is how because you have to think about it in Hawaii. It's not really big in the foot community. So if you're a guy that has it, it's better to just go out there and see it
Mm-hmm.
and get comfortable because they more Hawaii. And to be honest, they're more into what they call the booty shaking type
Mm-hmm.
of thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they more into that. So when you approach them about their feet, a lot of them probably ain't used to guys complimenting that because it's not a picture. You want the bitch at the say it. What you
Right.
mean?
Right. Right.
You have to say it. So they'll probably consider Hawaii more underrated the foot game. But once you start ranking some of the women, it doesn't matter if the age 25, 40, 50, you know,
Mm-hmm.
I go for it, you know. Um, so I actually have one that I'm supposed to be working with next month. She's a cosmetic and she does hair,
Oh,
but
okay.
yeah, she does, but she does, I think she does a little model, but and I have another one I'm working with, but it's the scheduling with her. She's Hawaiian and mixed with something else, so it's two that I'm working with. Just have to get with their schedule because their schedule is kind of odd compared to with my schedule where I work. So yeah,
Right.
but other than that, the page that I have for Catch a Life, I do shout outs, stuff like that, and actually trying to get females, that with models from other states to come here because that's a task because you got to look at the expense of
Right.
it.
Right.
it,
Right.
it
Yeah. I'm
it's
still
not so
waiting
much.
for my plane ticket, but I guess I'll get there one day.
It's not the flight, it's the hotels because you
I
gotta
know.
look. The hotels are pretty expensive, so they don't have no motels or anything unless you just want to
No
pay you a tent.
motels for them. Not at Hawaii, motherfuckers. You gonna Honolulu that shit the fuck all the way up.
We'll put you in the tent. Be like, God, this tent. We gonna do these. So,
Absolutely. Okay.
and yeah.
So with all that being said, knowing you, I believe it's going on 6 years. I think six
Yeah,
or
it's
seven,
actually 6 years. About 6
6 years.
years. Yeah.
And when we met, it was just I don't know. I know it was off Instagram. And that was I
Yeah.
don't even know.
I think it started either off Instagram or Facebook. And I basically saw your picture. And in my mind, I'm like, she seems like a cool person. So sent her a friend request. And that's how we started getting acquainted.
Hmm.
And knowing her, man, because you can't judge a book by its cover.
Absolutely
Okay,
not.
you can't, So you take for me, I take chances on people and then give them a chance. And ever since we've been conversing, man, it's been good, you know. And we cut up.
All the time.
We cut up. It's you can't meet no better person than her, than in the gardens. You can't.
Stop trying to
Um,
make me blush.
no, you can't. Real talk. Like outside the folk world, if you just want to have a true home girl, or home lady, whatever, that's hard nowadays to find. But she's one of the coolest that I've been knowing for almost 6 years, pretty much 6 years. So
Hmm.
you know, you have to get to know. Like if you really want to know the foot models or any artists, you have to take the time to know. Like, okay, what's the do's and the don'ts, the hobbies and stuff like that, because you'll get a good reaction of them and you'll appreciate that friendship.
Hmm.
You know,
I.
even if it's personal in your life, and you just need that holler.
Hmm.
So that's what I can say about her. Very down to earth.
I'm about to cry. Don't do it to me.
Yeah, yeah, you know, yeah.
So maybe I would just suck this shit up. Let me suck this shit up.
Yeah, fuck it
I
up, man.
appreciate you. No, I always tell people that when I choose a selective person to be in my life, it's for a reason. There's something there in them that
Right,
that validates the reason why I'm spending my energy on you. You know,
right,
and
right.
it's you are a strong individual. I just want to say that, and I know that this conversation probably go down a little left, a little right, but you have a message at the end of this. Day,
Uh-huh.
that you should really share with a lot of guys because, I the shit that you go through is some of the shit that they're going through, and they just, sometimes when you think that you're the only one going through, you have
Yeah,
a testimony and an experience, and you can factually tell it, you
right.
know, and encourage other males in the future to stop being fucking hard headed and learn to listen to one
Life,
another.
yeah, life lesson, man.
Yeah,
From my experience of life. So I don't mind telling them that whenever you're ready. But yeah, it's all about you got to be humble,
yeah,
and sometimes you have to be open. Because
vulnerable.
that, that's something that I had to learn during my training.
Mm-hmm.
So and you still learning from it, and or take or another way I would say take notes, keep your notebook, and just write it out like a diary, and just proofread it, and said, trust me, you have a small circle of people that will support you, and that will help, man. Always just have faith in God.
Definitely, definitely that.
Yeah.
I. So let's just get to the point with relationships and then the lifestyle. Cause I
Okay.
feel like a lot of guys always want to put me in a relationship.
Oh, Jesus. Oh,
There's levels to this shit.
all I'm gonna say, they better have some Kanye with them.
Better get your sake up. God damn it.
Yeah, yeah.
You're gonna
I
need a
mean,
lot of drink.
yes, yes. On that one, I mean, if you have, especially like the fetish and stuff like that, I would suggest for a guy, and especially in a relationship, you have to keep in mind like you got to be open about it.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a fetish for women's feet or BDSM or anything kinky, that's something you probably discuss with the one that you with. If she's into it or she might be interested into it. But that's the
Mm-hmm.
key. You
Mm-hmm.
know, if she's not into it, which can be like, hey, I like to get kinky with you. I got my time with this person. I want to do this. So what do most people do? They start researching outside the relationship.
Mm-hmm.
You, you know, um, even if it's online, it could be a friend or someone that they knew, and you probably start having that kinky relationship. But there's some con to that too, because what happens is that person fall in love with you. You got to think
Mm-hmm.
about that too. So but I think before you do that, you have to be open about that type of situation, especially in the
Absolutely.
foot game, especially in the foot
Absolutely.
game, man, because there are some guys, that are into feet, but they love girlfriend or woman. She might not be into it. She might have the most prettiest feet and don't
Yeah.
even impress it, you
Yeah.
know. So,
I mean, because I get a lot of the guys, they'll ask me, is it cheating?
well, you call it what you want to call it, but if she ain't satisfying you, then go outside the block of it. I mean,
I have so many different stories on that as far as when they call it cheating. It's not cheating when you because you don't love me. We're not here for that type of intimate moment. This is more of
right,
a fun thing or some type, not fun, but some it's like you when you have it's like an addiction. A fetish or a kink is like an addiction. You can't
right,
you gotta have it. But the thing
right,
is, you have to find people that you can trust today that know
right.
how to shut the fuck up.
Right. And see, you got to have see, that's a thing that you got to have understanding with that person. Like, okay, this is what we're gonna be doing. When I call you, I'm doing this, little worship, kink stuff. That you know and everything. Don't call down, whatever you have to do that. You
Right.
know.
Right.
But if the person that you with is open to it, then it shouldn't really be no problem. But I'm sure you'll have rules in the situation and stuff. So uh, it's just something that it's natural in life. You know, um, for example, like in my situation at the time, the ladies that I dated, I told them I had a foot fetish. I
Mm-hmm.
told them. And they weren't used to no guys fucking toes and stuff like that. They weren't used to that,
Right. Right.
So once I showed them and watched videos and stuff like that, then they became participants in the situation.
That damn dog again. That motherfucker
Oh
sound
yeah, I'm
like
sorry. If
somebody
y'all hear
beat.
if y'all hear this that time, cause they be barking.
That bitch
So if you
sound
hear
like
me
he's
going,
in trouble or some shit. I didn't
yeah,
do it this time, but I'm gonna take this ass whipping
yeah.
this.
I forgot they do this every day. They be barking, or if they hear a fire truck, they gonna make noise,
Right.
or either they get in the bath or they running. They doing something up there. So apologize for the noise in the back, y'all.
It's fine. It's fine. Well, for my answer for them that when they ask, is it cheating? I really tell them no, it's not because it's not like we are, doing something passionately. It's just more that I'm catering to something that I enjoy and that you enjoy, and you trust me enough to be
Right,
able to be in a good space in a good place, to give you a good opportunity, and so I don't see it as cheating. Now, if you start kissing on me and shit like that, then yep, you're cheating.
I mean that's why I was like, make it the rule. You did take like, okay, this is what we're gonna do. But if it
Right.
gets to a point, you start doing all the kissing and all that. Well, first of all, we're not even speaking. Yeah.
You're right.
you know.
I put it
So
like this though. Anytime you have an intimate moment with someone and you are in a relationship, that's cheating.
yeah,
It's just
and then
playing out that there's two different things of when you're just enjoying something and it's not passionate, you're not sharing an intimate thing that you would with your wife or your girl,
right,
you know.
and then top of that, them personalities gotta click.
Yeah, that
They gotta click.
energy.
That energy, because they gotta really click, especially if this is something that you're like doing, and then if you got your wife or husband is into it,
Hmm.
the personality gotta click. The two don't click, then it might be gonna turn left.
But the thing is, though, even though you do have a significant other that is into feet, I've
Hmm.
had several guys come and say her feet is all right, but they ain't the way I want them to be. You know,
Yeah,
so it's
yeah,
like okay, because you don't stop with a fetish. It evolves, it grows,
right,
it lingers
right,
on. And you can't get. It's like this one guy was like, "Well, her feet is all right, but you know she don't take care of them." I said, "Well, then it's your fault that she's not
yeah,
taking care of them because you know what you like. Why don't you cater to that? Why don't you suggest? Why don't you say get involved with her? Sit your ass
yeah,
next to her and get a pedicure. You know what I'm saying? So if
yeah,
you want
yeah,
something, you have to work at it because it ain't just gonna be available to you, and
right,
then you go and you do a session with someone, then you feel guilty,
right.
you
So
know.
the best thing to do be like, okay, her feet ain't looking right. She took care of them, so you either gonna do a pedicure or ask her to suggest a color, or like you said, go with her to the shops.
Yeah.
You know, and that helps more often. Because if she ain't taking care of them, or the self esteem or her, she don't feel like it, then you can want a different network. You'd be like, well, that's okay. Yeah, I guess I'll just go with this other option. But
Yeah.
I think basically you got to be involved in it, because if this is something that you're into, and especially if it's your partner in it, and yeah, you don't have to either be involved in it or spend, because pedicure does not ain't cheap.
And that's why I do my own, baby.
And it ain't cheap, unless you want to learn how to do nails and toenails. Yeah, but if this is what you want to do, then yeah, go pay for her pedicure or tell her how you like them, and
That shit ain't gonna
so
never happen.
to, well,
You know
I,
what I'm gonna tell you? A man is male
because you got to think
species.
about
The
it. Okay,
day be lying.
if you, like, for me, when I was in a relationship, you know, most of the time I paid for the pedicure, because
Absolutely.
that was my friend. Now, if I really didn't care for her, I'd be like, oh, I ain't for this bit. But if it's someone that I'm down with, even if it was someone outside the relationship that was kicking, I'm like, you know what? Since we're always doing sections in there, and yeah, I'll pay for your pedicure or whatever,
Absolutely.
because we're
Time to
cool. Now,
time.
if I'm not really into you like that in the foot, because you have some that in the foot game, you're a fan, but you're not really a fan of. Respect their work. That's like, okay, but in the relationship of it, yeah, you would probably would spend some money on there, especially if you like them, and if it's your partner, vice versa, man. I don't know how many times I didn't pay for.
You
you
know,
know,
I was always in a long term relationship. So I had only
yeah,
maybe like 6 long term relationships. But every relationship I was in, it was mandatory that I
yeah,
had a petty and a mani
yeah. Because
every 2 weeks.
the first long relationship was 5 years,
Mm-hmm.
and
Same.
and then, yeah, and then the other one from marriage was 14 years, and I guess the before those two, it was probably like 2 years, 3 years,
Mm-hmm.
somewhere around in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I ain't gonna, I could include the teenage popcorn love relationship that only lasted about a year.
Well, it's
'Cause-
still you had opportunities,
yeah,
so.
yeah. That was like four. I had to be like 14 or 15 at
Mm.
that time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but nothing like serious relationship like that.
Mm-hmm.
But we date, But yeah, I guess I can't count that one.
You did have some interaction, my guy. You did have interaction.
I think with that first one, we hug and we kiss, but that was about it. And we always talk,
It
but
was something.
yeah, but them last three was, it was everything. so, yeah, I would just say if you're into the foot game and stuff like that, and your partner, you just make sure that you're open about it. They have an understanding of it, because if you don't, and they not drawing it or they don't like it, then yeah, it's gonna either go left, and then you're gonna start looking outside of it.
Well, I talk to a lot of guys. Hello again. And you know, when I know I get a lot of people that just come to me naturally. I just have that in nurturing, embracing effect,
Right,
Scorpio. But and then they tell me the shit that they're going through. Like we've known each other for 20 years. But
Right.
anyway, it's like some of them um get verbally abused, you know, you're weird, belittling and shit. And
Yeah.
that's why some of them eventually go out and look for other
Right.
people. So you can be in a relationship. It's a tit for tat. It's not a
Yeah.
guarantee that you're gonna get what you want, how you want it, when you want it, where you want, you know.
Mhm.
So it's like
Yeah.
when I tell people that say they want to put me in a relationship, I can't even talk about it without laughing. When they want to put me in a relationship,
Man,
let
you
me
better
be
sign off on
professional.
this
When
one.
they want to put me in, listen, I tell them, are you prepared? Huh? To deal with my motherfucking personalities, first of
Oh,
all, because there's a whole lot of them motherfuckers.
oh, Jesus.
I have
Man,
created thousands of personalities dealing with all these different men, honey. I don't know who the fuck I am sometimes. But
man.
um a lot of these men think, "Oh, I'm gonna get her to be my girlfriend and she gonna be done with this shit." No, no, it ain't, motherfuckers.
You
Let
know
me
what?
tell you why. One,
have,
be-
have you a drink? That's all I'm gonna tell them. You have a
you
drink.
better take a deep goddamn egg and
And make sure you
inhale.
have life insurance policy, boy. You finna go on a journey with this woman and no personality. You think you finna dictate that woman? Like, nah, buddy. Be prepared. I didn't heard women say that too. Love. Like guys want to have a relationship and thinking that they once they get in a relationship, you know, they're gonna lead the foot game, and that's just like that's just like telling me to lead the foot game too. If especially if I have a fetish for it.
But this is the thing though. If you want me to stop, you're gonna have to
Man,
match my motherfucking income.
right,
First
right.
of all, because I'm
Yeah,
independent over here. I'm a whole brand. I'm self-made. I created something. So for you to think
that, I feel for that buddy. Then
you better put me in a motherfucking house in the country somewhere where I'm fucking happy and quiet.
well, he gonna have to work 30 years. He gonna have to work 30 years at Ford.
You better get that 40 acres and a mule, motherfucker, because that's the only way you're gonna have to match my income. You understand?
Man,
Because I worked hard to be where I'm at, and it's not going to be easy for you to take something away from me and think I'm going to be comfortable with that.
right,
Because it's not fair.
right. I think a lot of times too, they don't look at it like it's a platform that you built for years.
Right.
Get and when you when you doing this type of business, the photography of it, traveling, you got these different apps, you got website,
Yeah.
podcast. I mean, it takes a lot of work in the book, So
Yeah.
to tell them that, tell a woman, I want you to stop and man, they gonna look at you a little different. If you take care of them, okay, go for it. But if man, that
I
just like
think the guys have this illusion that becomes delusional. And the reason why I say that is because
that's a tough one because like that's just like if you
I
tell a
can't
nigga
even
get out
keep
of
it a
the
buck
way.
with them. Listen, being in my space, it has to really fucking mean something.
Yeah,
You got to elevate me. I don't get comfortable on me, my guy, because I will leave you in the.
You gonna run that poor man out the door. Oh, jeez.
Oh, shut up. So, one, you're gonna have to match my income. Two,
Yeah,
you're gonna have to make sure that you can match my energy.
yeah, that's true.
You and your expectations. Don't even think about expecting a fucking foot something every goddamn day all day. You got me fucked.
That's why I said
Woo! Think about that shit.
they gonna have to think about it and they have them some Kanye with them for the rest of their life. Let's go, boy. You have fun. That's all I'm gonna tell.
Good.
Have fun, buddy.
Good luck, my guy. What color you want me to wear to your motherfucking funeral? Because
Yeah. Boy.
Jesus.
Shit.
But you know, I mean, I tell people that are in relationships, and I did a on my I think about 3 or 4 days ago, I did a conversation about how to have a healthy relationship with your models,
Yeah.
and it was. This is why I don't take nobody serious no more, bro. Because I promise you, listen. So
Did we have this conversation before
yesterday,
about how
we had
yeah, like okay.
we didn't get to talk about it on live. So,
Yeah,
but this is a fresh one. I'm gonna give you a prime example of why people need to really get to know who you fucking with, who you gonna talk to.
Yeah.
Because you see what they do, you ain't listening to what they saying. You gonna have mixed fucking emotions when we're done talking. Oh, I promise you. So I did a video on that. I was talking about it, and I gave scenarios and da da da, and it was just wholeheartedly from the same shit I've been talking, but I wanted to make it sound more uh adultly and kindly because sometimes I have a sharp tongue. So
right.
I went through the process, and this little motherfucker come in my DMs yesterday. I kid you.
What this dude said.
He said I want to. He said I want it. He said I want it. How can I say it? Adultly, but not too adultly. He wanted to eat the punani, huh? And he wanted to suck some toes. And then he was like, I want to I want to F if possible. I want to stick it in. So so I said I don't have that. I don't see that on my menu. I don't see where that's on the menu. He said I said this is why I say no.
Yeah.
Or I'm not gonna beg you. I said I don't expect you to. I said, well, this is the price. But how old are you? Because it's a no anyway. How old are you? He said 22. I said, oh. So I sent him that video of how to get to know your model.
Yeah.
He said I watched it. I said, why the fuck did you come over here?
Did you get the message?
I just said what you should not do. So yeah, I feel like if you don't get to know who you fucking with, you're gonna get emotionally um moved.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. You have to have something like, a lot of times to get to know the models, that friendship can go to 10, 15, 20 years.
Absolutely.
Um, you know, I knew a lot of foot models, I've been friends, cool with them for like over 5, 8, 15. Even the ones, that's no longer in the foot game. Still talk with them when I get a chance or chat with them or email them or whatever. But you have to get to know them,
Mhm.
you know, because I'm sure that they have a story how they got in the foot game,
Mhm. Mm.
So if you coming in that, and that's the same thing with the lady models as well. Get to know some of you guys that you've been cool with. You gotta have a friendship. It don't gotta be like a super friendship, but coordinate. Like if you know me and you like, oh, that's Kilo. Yeah, yeah, I rock with him. Okay, I know what his do's and don'ts or whatever. But if you're coming in that deal with some nonsense, be prepared to get what you ask for.
Thank you.
You know, that menu, if it doesn't say anything um feeder in the thing, then there should be no other discussion about me F you. Now unless you're just doing that on the other time, and that's your business. But yeah, you got to take the time to know your models.
I don't
'Cause
I don't even know why that would be a discussion because you don't see
but
me doing nothing. Why are y'all asking for shit when y'all don't see me doing that shit? Now, Stephen and Stanley, they go back in a goddamn box.
mm, it's kind of like it's kind of like when we used to start in the foot game. Like if you can remember, the foot models used to start like on Yahoo. I think it was Yahoo and Google
Yeah.
Chat.
Yes.
And I think it was I think Tag,
Mm-hmm.
and there was another MySpace.
MySpace. MySpace was
Right,
the shit.
right. That's how we really started knowing the foot models because it wasn't as open, and then
Right.
even before technology, in the foot game, it used to be like you had to know somebody. I remember when I
You
was
gotta
like
know
maybe
somebody to know
right,
somebody.
right. So it was like I think when I was probably like 14, 15 years old,
hmm
and they used to have foot parties in Chicago, and
Yes.
it was no computers or nothing, so the bootleggers
Yep.
pass off a little invitation or whatever,
Yep.
and you could be at a hotel or some type of event or somebody's basement and stuff like that. So just imagine back then to now where it's more open, because going back to what you saying about some people might look at it as weird and all that,
hmm
compared to now, it's like we don't give a darn.
Today is zero fucks given. Just
Yeah,
this generation that's we're fucking with. It's just whatever. You
right.
know.
And the funny part about it is that when some of those foot parties used to be down, there used to be a lot. There'd be a lot of married couples there.
Oh
You know,
yeah.
it'd be a lot. The ones that if you think about it, none of them had professional jobs outside the foot party. I mean, the foot
hmm
community.
Oh
You know,
yeah. And,
when
and
them when
everybody knew how to
TV,
shut the fuck up.
yeah, that's why they tell you when like with those foot parties, they don't want cameras in there
hmm
because it
hmm
protects privacy, which
Privacy.
in my opinion is good because you don't want. That's just like you don't want your grandkid or your kids like, I'm going what?
Oh shit, they gonna
I mean,
find that
I
out
love it.
before they gonna find
Yeah,
that out before
right,
you tell them.
yeah,
Don't even worry about it
right.
today.
So so that's why we tell them to change their name, their professional name, stuff
Yeah.
like that, because because when they find out, which is like getting damn, that's messed up, but you gotta go by the rule. The foot game does have a lot of rules
hmm
that you apply to it. Either you don't believe it or not. I mean, I guarantee you, if you go to a strip club, the first rule they probably tell you can't touch the strip, so they're gonna take the money, right?
Yep.
Now, if you took them to a private party and you paid that out of your pocket, different story. Okay.
Yeah.
But that's a policy rule. Now, they don't have a problem with that, but they have a problem with some of the with that. You know, and it's crazy, but the reality is that you have to know your standards and you know, you gotta know how to carry yourself, you know, because models will appreciate that, and I'm sure guys will appreciate the model with that, you know.
Definitely.
And you build that friendship. Like I said, that I said that to myself a long time ago. You build a friendship, you know, you're gonna have more respect for them more because you know they can vouch for you for certain things in life.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you come to my town, like it'd be like if I came to your town, oh yeah, we're good. You know, if you come to Hawaii, whatever, I was like, yeah, I vouch for her because you know I done did sections with her and photography or we done chat or we did something.
Right.
You know,
Right. Right.
so you got to keep up a relationship and you know because if that don't occur the way they did, it's gonna go left.
Absolutely.
It's
And I
gonna
keep telling people that shit. Learn
it's
to be a
yeah,
friend. You don't have to be a
yeah,
deep, deep fucking friend, but have some boundaries with it, so you
yeah.
can really go far. It's the way you present yourself. The way you come at me, baby, is the last fucking time you're gonna
Yeah.
bye.
You, you
Bye.
know,
Make room for
you just
somebody else.
yeah, you know, and just keep it either professional or anything like that, you know, and just be open. Like if you're gonna do these sections with these ladies or the ladies you're gonna do the section, you need to ask questions like, are you in a relationship? Are you married? Are you in a love relationship? Are you in a three relationship? Because you know people don't know what's going on outside the personal life. But because if you're having a section and then the girl didn't know about or whatever like that, what you think that the comfort for the be?
But
You know?
then, it's so many levels to uh when it comes to safety
Yeah,
and privacy. But at the
right.
same time, you have to have that mutual respect for each other because I video chat before I even meet with somebody, before I even decide I want to
Yeah,
meet. It's important because you don't know what you go off of body language. A lot of
right.
people are setting people up today, and it's just disturbing.
Yeah, it's suspicious and everything. Because
Yeah.
if I'm gonna do a section with you, you know, and we video chatting and stuff like that, you know, I want to know who's who. Are you sure your husband or your boyfriend cool with it? And I want to see his face.
Right. I want to
I
make
want
sure he cool with me and I'm cool with him.
yeah,
Because
yeah,
a lot of guys, I hear a lot of guys say, "Oh, I got you. We're gonna support each other. We can win this together. We in this
yeah.
together." But
All
then
right.
some guys can be really fucking catty. They'll keep
Yeah,
booking that model just to piss homie off.
most definitely. Oh yeah, I didn't
I'm just
have
saying.
that. I didn't have that shit, boy. Like if you cool with a model and some dude he'll say something negative, or anytime you make a comment about that person,
Mhm.
he'll throw a shade at you or something. You
Mhm.
like you like for instance, if I make a comment about a model, oh man, she's pretty, got pretty feet, and they might say something ignorant
Mhm.
and be like, "What you think you gonna give to her?" Yeah.
Absolutely. Fuck
Yeah,
you
I mean,
mean?
you don't know that friendship we got. You don't know how cool he is and everything, you know. But you know, they throw shades at you and everything, man.
Yeah.
I just had an incident. Matter of fact, I had an incident on my page, and I had on my foot page. Sometimes I be on that bus.
Yeah.
So by the time you because like I said, we're in the state where it's barefooted most of the time.
Right.
And girls take shoes off, they got their legs front up on the legs. So I got an opportunity to take the
I
video
got
or
time
picture.
to take some video.
Yeah. And it come this old jerk dude talking about, did you ask her to take the picture and everything? It's not cool to the. First of all, dude, you on my page.
Why you in my business, bitch?
I'm in, first of all, I'm in the state of Hawaii where we are free to do what the
That
hell
was
we
the
want to do.
fuck I want to
So
do.
yeah, so you coming at me at that on shade of my bitches, boy, we gonna have some problems, but so I was he told me, and I was
We
he
just can't mind our business.
I said, I know this sucker didn't come on there, and he the only goofball. I'm like, this sucker just come up there and say, did I ask something? If I did, what about it?
What if we in this together and you interrupted, bitch? Mind your business.
I probably, you don't even know. Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and give you $100. Okay, you don't even
You
know how to
don't
talk to them.
know.
The next
You
day,
don't know.
you
Mind your
want to
motherfucker. But yeah,
and
it.
he wanted to be kept the savior up there, so I so boy, he got blocked. He got blocked.
I feel
I was
like
like,
with those type of guys though, that it's just because they kind of like envy your work,
yeah,
and um instead of just going out there and doing their own shit, you started from the bottom. You're slowly getting up there. You're building yourself up, and you're
right,
it's so many. To see your growth and see my growth, it was just like, damn, I was there.
yeah,
I was
yeah,
at that level.
right. That starting that page, that Ketchup Right page was, the first model that I actually had was a Polynesian, but at the time we had to wait. So I had another friend, and she was open to it at the time,
Mm.
and it went on from there. Now the only thing that I regret in the foot game queen is what I knew now is that if I would have had a lot of throwback Thursdays pictures from
Mm.
Georgia,
Yeah.
that's the only because see at the time, knowing that you had the fetish, I could have did more photos, more
Mm.
camera,
Absolutely.
and that's the only regret. Even if when I was a teenager in Chicago, because see, a lot of people don't know that my fetish started when I was like 12 or 7. So, you know, looking at my sister's friends' feet at that time, they had Jerry curls.
And they're
So, yeah,
so
yeah.
glow.
Anybody remember Carefree Curl? So,
Yes.
yeah,
S curl.
yeah, yeah, and castor oil free green spray for women and dark and
Let your
ugly. So, yeah,
soul glow. Absolutely.
yeah.
But
So
that's normally when I was telling people that the other day that's when it starts when we're young.
yeah, we were young, and going to the mall, especially in the summer in Chicago and Georgia, the girls with the sandals, and then you get to high school, you seeing girls and the sandals and feet out, and you're thinking to yourself like, "Wow, I wish I had a camera." So, but as time go on, and then when you embrace it, and people that you knew that they had the bed, it was like, I didn't know you liked my feet. I would have let you did it. You sit up there like, darn
Damn.
it. Darn it.
But
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you, I had one incident when his okay, we dated for a little bit. It was real little bit. His name was
uh,
Aaron, and he was new. He had just moved into Ohio, and he was new to the school. And I always wore pantyhose and flats, regardless if it was a dress. I always been that type of person, kind of dressy. So I had slacks on and stuff like that. And he, on the first day of school, his meeting him, he was like, "Listen, I love your pantyhose. I just love your pantyhose." And then I just kept feeling like, okay, well, be careful, cause I'm that one. And then he fucked around and found out that I was that, and it was just like, damn. He kinda, like, introduced me more into being more into pantyhose with different types of things and leveling up the different ways the pantyhose feel, and, it was just like,
yeah,
Cause he
Yeah.
was into, and I was in middle school. I was the first motherfucking one that he dated bitches, and they was like, "What the fuck does she got? Pantyhose, bitch, pantyhose."
Pantyhose, man. See, that's another thing. When you do poses in panties and bra,
Oh
you
yeah,
know, it brings a picture out. You know,
absolutely.
I used to have a name for certain pantyhose. I used to have one called Popsicle, and that's the popsicle that you used to get from the bank when you were a kid, and they used to give you popsicles and stuff. I
Mm-hmm.
had that had popsicle
Pops,
panties.
I'm so sick of him.
I
I'm
had a
sick of
name.
him.
Look, for those who listen to this podcast, yes, I have names for things. So, so Popsicle was her name. But she had these panties. I always thought they were cute on, so I used to call them Popsicle. Popsicle panty. Just what I used to call them. So it is what
You
it
are so
is. So
horrible with fucking names, my guy.
Popsicle panty. Like, what the hell is a Popsicle panty?
Horrible with fucking names, my guy.
I'm
Just
gonna have to, I'm gonna have to work on
Jesus
those names.
Christ.
But Popsicle Patty was. If you out there, how you
I'm
doing?
sick of him. But yeah, so it's it when you're dealing with wanting to be in a relationship, you really got to think
Yeah.
about what you want because it ain't it. A lot of us ain't gonna be like, oh, okay, here you go. No, mm-mm. You don't want to share. Okay, well, you're gonna have to make sure that financial stability is there, plus some more.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, plus because you're not gonna give me what I made and think that's even
Absolutely.
Steven S. No,
Man.
you gotta learn. You
Absolutely.
gotta really figure out who you dealing with because when someone really works on building themselves and putting themselves on a place of a public view,
Yeah.
you can't just take that from any. That ain't going
You ain't
nowhere. That are you
lying.
going to
You
be
lying.
comfortable? You know, having some one of her fans walk past you and say, "Yo, Scar Souls, I love busting to your feet, girl." Cause I don't give a fuck about what it's, long as ain't no children around, motherfuckers.
Right,
You
right.
can say
That's
what you want to say, but if there's children around, know how to act. But are you
yeah.
comfortable as a significant other of people approaching me like that? Can I get a photo or things like that? A lot of them not gonna be cool with that. Why you smiling
Right.
in their face? Because they're my fans. They're my, those are my people. What are you supposed to? I'm supposed to ignore everybody? No, it don't work like that. And then
Yeah.
it gets deeper.
Oh yeah.
The shit that
Oh
I
yeah.
do.
Oh
Are you comfortable being around your family? And they go to my motherfucking X page and be like, "Oh, this who you dating, motherfucker."
yeah.
It's
You
a
know, yeah,
big thing. You gotta it's not just this private shit. No, they're gonna find out who the fuck you are.
exactly. And that's something that you really got to be prepared for when you get in this type of lifestyle. Are you prepared for that? The people gonna know your name,
Oh
and they
yeah.
gonna know even that. Like for me, if you don't know me from Kendrick, like you gonna remember Kilo or DJ Girl or something. They gonna remember you about something.
Mhm.
So because of the personality and what you bring to these apps and the podcasts and stuff, and your personality,
Mhm.
people appreciate that.
Oh
Like
yeah.
when I go on my page sometimes, if I see guys that's doing photography, I give them a shout out.
Right.
You know, because them dudes, that's a lot of those dudes that I've been cool with way before I started my page, and
Absolutely. We're
they
gonna
give
talk
me
about
shit.
that. I have to take a break though. I need to go to the ladies' room. Got
Okie dokie.
something. But hold on, I'm gonna put everybody on mute. Oh, damn, I had to take more than a piss. Oh, my bad, y'all.
You
Whew.
good, girl?
But yeah, so I don't know what we were talking about. We'll bring it back to me.
You was talking about the shout outs to different photographers, and I was saying
Yes.
like, you know, took advice from a lot of them, different ways how to, to photography because different angles, how to what kind of camera,
Yep.
stuff like that.
Remember?
Just as just as well as give me advice because I take all that in.
Mm-hmm.
And then I look at the different cities they had, and the posting and stuff like that, and I'm like, I give them shout outs,
Right.
and if you can get within those foot models, I'd be like, hey man, more blessed to you on that, and because there's a lot of good photographies out there that's in this game,
Mm-hmm.
but it's all about, like you said, it's all about the relationship that you have with them,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and and they give you the detail because you do have some guys they are very into. They are
Mm-hmm.
very. You have
Yes.
some that
Yes.
you have some that's not really into it, or some that's just starting off and they try to get ideas. And it's okay to give. If you're cool with them, and just be like, okay, this is what you might want to do next time you take that picture. Try to get her to rub her feet in the sand or do a
Mm-hmm.
flip, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
because you do have different foot models that's, they could be yogurt, they could be into yogurt,
Mm-hmm.
teachers, sugar,
Mm-hmm.
they could be secretary foot models, they can be, they can
All
be
kinds of
um,
it.
construction females, yeah,
All
any,
kinds.
yeah,
I
any,
feel like the construction workers will be fucking winning. Dead
yeah,
ass.
because if you find a construction woman that's in the foot game and the material that you can use for her, then you can kill it. You can actually kill it. You
Slay.
bring her out. That's more of a tomboyish woman,
Yeah.
you know. So it, that's something you have to, like you said, you have to be creative with it, and and even just going to certain places. If you go to a club or go to
Mm-hmm.
a museum,
Mm-hmm.
you find who's out there, man, and get the conversation talking. And
Mm-hmm.
if you need to go to parties, certain foot parties or whatever,
Yeah.
now I'm not. You probably could go to a swinger, but
I don't I don't I don't fuck with I don't fuck
that
with a
one you
swinger, honey.
gonna, that one you gonna have to.
Hell no. To the
You
no,
might want to
no,
get
no.
that area right there, but
Hell
okay.
to the no.
I
No,
just want your
no,
toes.
no.
I try to sleep with you and watch you and nothing. I just want your toes. Tony, you can
Mm-mm.
sit on and do whatever.
That's why I want to do my podcast about the dark truths of a lifestyle and
Yeah,
at the same time talk about it but network because there's a lot of us that have a lot of great things that we can really benefit if we all just learn to network together and
yeah,
understand that being professional is going to be a costly thing but it gets the
yeah,
job done correctly and better benefits versus
right.
just not profiting. I mean, not supporting and doing professional behavior. So, I learned that for me, because everybody holler collab. I don't know what the fuck a collab is. If you want something, if you want to do something, just go ahead and run the coin and do what you got to do. I
Right.
give guys already options, all these options. Do you want to record? Do you want to do this? Well, I can set it all up where we can just act like we ain't, I learned how to do better editing and how to bring something together into a movie. So, you know, having those
Right.
skills, and I learned through other people, photographers. I learned to listen. I ask fucking questions.
Oh yeah. You have to.
Lots of fucking
That's
questions.
I have to ask questions and everything, and be like, okay, how did that happen? know, anything like that. I didn't get her to move a certain angle. And then the other time, it's just you just roll the dice, just try
Mm-hmm.
something.
Right.
You know,
Creativity is important.
right. You know, you like for me dealing with the ladies that's here at Hawaii. You know, Georgia Trust is task. You know, because they were all different types.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I got to deal with what their schedule looked like. You know, everything's respond, when you're gonna respond and everything. So, you know, you gotta have some patience to do this type of
Oh
stuff.
yeah. Oh yeah.
You,
And that's why I always tell people you have to separate those who just want something because they want a part of something versus the ones that's passionate about it. And that's my focus point about bringing the passion back
right,
because
right.
this quick shit I don't fuck with, you
Yeah.
know.
Oh yeah. And believe me, that can it will piss you off, you know, especially like you say, okay, I'm gonna do some photos with you, and then you probably wanted to do maybe 15, 10 photos. You only did 6 because they got other stuff going on, and you're like, you know, are you considered about just doing these photos? Or if you're not there, that means you do somebody else.
Right.
That could have been somebody else's time. Because now you're playing with my fetish emotions right now.
Right.
You know, I'm not taking pictures just to take pictures. I do video or whatever like that. See, some of them don't understand that part. You know, like, you know, if you're gonna be serious about it, you got to have some grounds about your craft that you're doing. You know,
That's my cock in the back acting a fool.
you know, you got to have some type of understanding. Like, okay, this is my passion. Yeah, I do Swift pictures, but I also do videos, and I also organize with other folks.
Right.
You know,
Right.
and I got to look at your attitude. You know, how you take consideration, like how you interact with your fan base, or how
Absolutely.
you interact, because if your attitude can be your downfall, because your supporting can be like, "Whoa, she got attitude."
Mm-hmm.
What's going on? I don't think I said was that. That was it.
Mm-hmm. But I wanted to ask a question because I always ask, whenever I get a booking, go see a guy or something, I always ask them, what should I wear? Does it
Right.
matter what they wear? Do you prefer someone to pop up in a hair bonnet and raggedy flip flops, of course, if that's your choice, but a bonnet, raggedy looking clothes? Do you care?
You know what I do? I let them be free for themselves. But just say, for example, I know this gonna sound crazy.
Here we go.
Okay. So you have to also keep in mind. It's funny, but you have to be like, what the
Hi,
hell?
216.
So
One second.
if you watch the movie Sugar Hill,
Right.
okay, original Sugar Hill, not the one with Wesley Snipes, not the original Sugar Hill from '74. So
Okay.
there's a scene with the girl was doing photography. She was a photography lady,
Mm-hmm.
and she had the brunette. It was like a green type of color brunette thing.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm looking at this picture and when I'm watching it, I was like, you know what? That's it. That's who I'm gonna use for this person right here. And I will ask them, even if you don't have that color, but it'll be something kind of familiar to that character.
Mm-hmm.
And just that we're and just be like, you know what? Since you got that complexion, why don't you wear like a nine ring
Mm-hmm.
dress like that? So yeah, sometimes I might be watching something on TV. I'd be like, that's it. That's what she needs to wear. That's it.
I said something earlier because my friend was like, I was telling him about I want to change my hair color and shit, and
Right.
he was like, he was telling me what color he was thinking. I'm not gonna say, ha. So I was like, the way a man image, the way a man, the way the man sees you is the image he has of you. You know,
Right.
the way he suggests the look of you is the image he sees of you. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Right. Right.
Like he wants that to be realistic.
Right. You know, like it could be, like I say, bell bottoms. You
R-
can look like
Yeah.
you can wear your hair in a ponytail
Mhm.
and wear a certain glasses and showcase your feet or something like that. Because
Mhm.
you can have that photo of a woman looking like a nerd, but it might be like a sexy type of nerd, you
Mhm.
know. So it's so many ways you can do this material, but it has to be like for the woman that you got this vision of, you know.
Right.
You know,
Right.
you
And
can look like a Catholic woman and have on a robe or something. You might vision
red
her,
stockings.
you know. So it you can be creative, but it come in mind to you. Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted. So and so. We're
Right.
gonna try this time or whatever, and suggest it to her or whatever. You
Right.
know, if there's a certain shoes that they wear,
Yeah.
because see, that's another thing. Like you do have people that's into the shoe fetish,
Mhm.
so that that's another thing. What kind of shoes like like um certain sandals or steel toed or whatever.
I like the
So
steel toes.
yeah, so you have to be very very mindful of it and everything. So I try to just let them be themselves, but for some of them I kind of just be like, you know what, you look good with this on right here. Let me try this chicken figure this out or whatever. You
Well,
know,
the reason why I asked is because, you know, I like to dress up. And then, I deal with a lot of guys who are more into leather or high heels or clogs and certain shoes
yeah,
so that's why I asked,
yeah,
is it important what I wear and how should I wear? Because a lot of them like to take me out to eat, or go for a walk
yeah,
or something. So, I ask, what should I wear? How should I
right,
dress?
right,
Because I want to give them that entire vision. I want it to be realistic. So
right.
I asked. But then there are guys that be like, well, I don't know why the fuck she showed up smelling like fucking fried chicken and a hair bonnet on, like she didn't even bother putting nothing together. I just felt like that was just tasting it, what I'm saying?
I get you. Like, yeah, like,
Appearance, yeah.
yeah, appearance is what you bring, you
Yes.
know. But if your personality just goes with the flow of things, like if
Mhm.
I had a girl that worked for Kentucky Fried Chicken and she had on the uniform or something like that, I'm pretty much know she's probably tired, but I would just showcase her feet on that at the end of the
Mhm.
day. And you would be surprised how many likes you probably get out of that picture, to be honest. You could, but it's how you demonstrate it,
Yeah.
but because you do have guys, our fantasies come in different wiles of things in this game. Like man, she looks sexy, showing her
Mhm.
Kentucky Fried Chicken uniforms and everything. And next time,
Period.
you think
KFC
she can
winning
hold
though.
let's see if she can hold that chicken basket. I mean, but hey, you can make it comedy sometimes. You be like, wow, and
Period.
they would like it. They would like it. So you just have to be creative and and just give the idea like we're gonna try this right here since you work at KFC or Taco Bell. We gonna try this. Girl. We're gonna video you have your feet on the table
I'm
while
sick
you
of
eating
them.
that taco. Eating that salt taco shell right quick. We're
I'm
gonna video you right quick.
sick of him. Sick of them. I'm sick of them. But yeah, so I always ask because, there are guys that it always happens every time I get ready to do a petty. I get
Mhm,
this one guy. He'll call out the fucking blue because he's getting ready to travel.
mhm.
Are you available? I said, well, I'm in the middle of getting my petty. I said, I can paint my toenails real quick for you if you give me like an hour. Oh no, never mind. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it, block.
Right, right,
it,
right,
you
right.
can. I feel like a lot of guys expect too much, too fast, too soon. It don't happen for you right
Right,
now. No one got up and worked for you. No one. I'm not on your payroll for too much
right,
expectations of me.
right.
You know,
You had to
so
give, you had to give a specific, like, for me, as time go on and learning, you be like, okay, I want to look be a perfect timing for this person,
right.
and you have to budget it yourself. Like, okay,
Mm-hmm.
this is what I'm gonna try to do December that I can't do it now. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna see if she can come out here December of next year or whatever, something like that. And you have to just calculate the timing of it, you know, because you got to think about it. When you on a traveling schedule for yourself,
Mm-hmm.
it's more of a
Absolutely.
come and go. You know, you got thousands of fans. It's a come and go that you got sections with them. So yeah, you know, but
Absolutely.
yeah, so it's a timely for it, you know, and they and looking at those schedules of people and the women coming in the model, and you know, they in Houston today for 3 days, and 3 days later they in New Jersey or they in Japan, and you're like, wow, you
Mm-hmm.
know. So that's why they tell you to look at the menu and see if you can book them or anything like that, man. So
Mm-hmm.
you know, so that's what you have to look at, you know, and just try to work with them. You know, you already know your price. You also keep in mind as time go on, your price going to go up.
Right.
You know, the models that you probably pay, the price going to go up for them. You
Mm-hmm.
know, so if you were just shooting them $180, sooner or later you're gonna probably have to shoot them 300 probably now because they've been posting pictures for you, even though you've been funding them. They're like, and you can boost the pay up a little bit, a little bit. You know, you got a nice little fan base. This, and this. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like negotiating with it. You
Mm-hmm.
know, you
The
know. So
price is the price. I have a menu. I don't hustle nobody out of extra coin. The price will be the price.
yeah,
I get a lot of guys that that I've befriended and am waiting patiently on because I understand people have children.
right,
Shit comes up, but don't use your
right,
children as an excuse when you fucking with me because that's not gonna work.
right.
But
You know.
it's like damn it, you made me lose my thought. Shit, fuck.
Shoot. That's right there. What? It's school. School's already here.
Yeah. So, I know what I was gonna say. So I understand that things come up and things got to be. I'm not selfish, you know.
Right,
So, but
right,
I get guys who, when they do book me, they want to book me more than 1 or 2 days. They want to book me for 2 or 3, maybe 3 or 4 days.
okay,
So, when I get those type of bookings, then it's negotiable, because
right,
I'm not finna kill your pocketbook.
right.
I'm gonna leave you a little lunch money.
Yeah, just you're gonna do 3 to 4 days. Make it worth.
Put me, let me, I normally get my own room or whatever, but depending on the situation, who I'm going to visit, it depends, you know.
Yeah,
Um, like I go see my guy in New York. I stayed with him like I think 3 or 4 days. I had a fucking ball. I never felt
okay,
so fucking relaxed in my fucking life. He was such a vibe. It depends on who you're dealing with and how you know them and how
right,
comfortable you are, you know. And so I get, I be fair with my prices. I don't be I just want to have a good time. And I don't
right,
it's not about it's not about the money. I want guys to understand that it's just about me getting home, getting there and getting the
right,
fuck back home. That's it.
right.
You know,
Yeah,
that's what it's there for. I can't
yeah,
get there for free.
yeah. But, the fun part about it and just enjoying yourself and adapt to the great vibe of that person. You know,
Yeah.
you know. And I didn't best believe when I did one section, it was fun, but we was like a too darn goofy doing. We had fun and everything, but both of us were acting silly. But I enjoyed it. We both enjoyed it. I said that we thought, we didn't really take no like two pictures. That was it.
God damn it.
Yeah, but I think because of the vibe that we had, communicating and talking, that would probably was more adapted to it.
Right.
And and it's like when we ever meet again, we'll probably have to do more pictures instead of two. But
But that's the thing, I tell guys, I feel like we have to have a discussion on how to do a session, but because a lot of people don't know how to book or how to even engage in anything, and that's why I'm doing these podcasts to really have some real topics and real discussions and real
right,
incidents, life lessons and shit. You know,
you
um,
because you have to understand, like when you book a section, they ask you questions like, okay, what you want in the section, you
right.
know,
Hmm.
you have to describe it because if you're just going in there, there's two people in there, and you like, you do what you got to do for them. They're gonna look at you like, what?
Right.
You know, so you can describe a scene, or they got videos, on there that hey, it's something like this. I want you to do. You do a section or something,
Right.
you know,
Give me
because
details. And that's why I
yeah,
talk with them.
right. I'm sure because we don't have Showtime, HBO, erotic confessions no more, so we can't record.
Right. Talk about that. Oh my God.
we,
Shut up. Telling
we
on
don't.
our fucking age. Shut up. Shut the fuck
We
up.
don't. I'm just saying. Look, I'm just saying. I watched them. I know. I wish I just did more recording, but we ran out of Kodak VCR tape, so I couldn't get it. So,
I'm
but
sick of him.
no, you have to be, and react to try to figure out what's your fantasy. Your fantasy, you like to be tied up when you're doing a foot job, or you like to be like whatever. You gotta be more
Absolutely.
open to. You got to be more open about the situation, because she's pretty much glad that she got the cash, but I'm sure that she want to have some fun while she's
Absolutely.
there, entertainment.
And
Because she don't want to go back and be like, girl, how was your trip to Hawaii? Girl, all we did was look on our phone. You probably and that was then they're gonna be like, what? So
I stuffed my
you gotta,
foot down his throat.
so you gotta be very open. Like I'm sure that if you
Absolutely.
come here, you're gonna be like, man, there's a beach, there's a restaurant, there's a
You know I
festival,
like to be outside any fucking way.
right. So there's a beach now. I don't know about y'all going out coming out here trying to mess with the seals. Your ass gonna get fined for
I
doing
don't fuck with Mother Nature, and Mother Nature know I'm not gonna fuck around and find out.
but for all you tourists, leave them damn seals alone.
Not the goddamn seals. Ooh,
Because
ooh.
they will
How they sound? Ooh, ooh, ooh.
if you sit there and keep messing with them, you'll be like that darn cartoon from Woody Woodpecker when he swapped that woman in the face. So you can act crazy all you want with
Leave
them
them animals.
nuts.
Leave the animals the fuck alone. They're not fucking playing fair today. They're gonna fuck y'all asses up. Oh, you think we are ancestors too, huh?
So yeah,
Okay.
look for models. Don't come over here messing with them damn animals and seas over here. 'Cause I don't want to be like trying to
Absolutely not.
explain to them. I want to explain that. Look, I tried to tell Goddess don't mess with the sea when she got there. That's why
No,
we
you
couldn't.
ain't gotta tell me shit because I know what my fucking limits is.
That's why
Hell
we was
to the
stuck in
no.
ER. We was in ER for 4 hours and we couldn't really do
Hell
absolutely
no. To the no, no, no.
Theo slumped the hell out of her because she could
Hell no. 216. What's your favorite position getting worship? I don't have favorites
have.
in the lifestyle. To answer your question, I wasn't ignoring you. I don't have favorites because
Nah,
I've learned to open my book and just start writing in that bitch and learning more and more and more and more and more. I just can't say I got favorites of anything anymore. I have great opportunities and educated knowledge. I can say that, and I had grew into something different. So I don't
Yeah,
have a favorite position. What I would do is what I do when I do it with you. That's just what the energy says do. I don't have a
yeah,
favorite position. Being
yeah.
honest.
Once you be in this for a while, you probably don't really have that many positions to be like that's the favorite one.
Yeah,
You know, maybe
I like
videos,
every
but like
fucking thing.
yeah. So if it's videos,
Damn
probably
near.
would. But positions, you probably won't really have one and everything. So
Mm,
that's something to keep in mind and everything.
absolutely. So we covered a lot, but I want to
Oh
cover one last thing. And
yeah.
my passion in life is focused on mental health. And a
Yeah,
lot of people use mental health um, and abuse that word. You have to learn to take accountability of
yeah,
your mental health. I can't fix you.
right.
But when it comes to mental health, a good foot massage is always the best remedy. You ain't got to say nothing. You just sit there and just massage my feet and just think about something great in life when you're
Right.
depressed. But when it comes to mental health, um, it goes in with everything with the session, your
Yeah.
emotions, your physical touch. You can make me laugh and have a good time, but then you touch me,
Right.
it done went left.
Yeah.
And now my head going through all these changes and like, oh, he just touched me. He didn't even act. The fuck is, it started bringing up anxiety and shit like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
When you do have a session with a model, what is your main questions you ask them before you meet them?
Ooh, to be honest, I always ask them like, are you are you nervous? Like most of the time, it would be like the touching. It does.
Mhm.
Are you if I touch you a certain way with your leg or feet, do you get Frenchy?
Mm.
Because I want to know if I touch your arm, are you going to jump and swing?
Right.
Because not saying that I'm gonna hurt you or nothing like that, but I want to know because I want to know like turning the light on.
Hmm.
You, if I'm turning the light on to say, okay, I'm gonna turn this light on, and what I want you to do, I want you to lay on the couch and have your leg up, and I turn the light on, you scream. So I gotta know like these little things. It don't have to be the big thing, but
Absolutely.
it's the little things. You know, someone would ask me, "Don't show their face." But if you look on my page, I rarely show the model's face.
Yeah.
So because that's the first thing I do. As I don't care
Put a
if you a
mask on,
non
bitch.
if you're not a non-foot
Let me
model
stop.
or just a model, even if you're
Yeah.
a model, because you have models that
I
been
I some
before.
I sometimes wish I never showed my motherfucker.
Man, the other one be like, don't show my face or anything. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I always ask them that
I
because,
respect that privacy.
right, because I don't care if you don't have a job or anything like that, and you're modeling for me, and I'm okay, well, I gotta show your face. I'm just gonna show your leg, your feet. Then I'll show them the picture
Yeah.
to make sure that their face is
Absolutely.
not shown, because I don't know.
Absolutely.
I don't know if they on American Most Wanted. I don't know if their baby daddies got strong.
Absolutely. A lot, I met a lot of women who had got into a lot of bad ending relationships because the motherfuckers be out here. posting up their feet and shit and their whole
Right.
fucking faces in there and they have no fucking idea what's going on.
Right.
They just
And
thinking you making a compliment and then you ruin the whole fucking relationship.
right. And you got that's why I ask guys, like, hey, when you go to these sessions with women, y'all be careful. Y'all need to ask these questions. Like,
Yes.
you got a boyfriend, you got a husband, you got an ex-boyfriend, you got a wife,
Absolutely.
do you got a stud?
Do you have stalkers,
You got a stalker,
baby mamas?
because I done had a situation where, I had did photos of a woman and, we doing other stuff. And the dude at the time, he knew where her apartment was at.
Mhm.
So I guess he thought I was gonna be like, gonna back down from him. But as time went on, he realized that I wasn't someone to want to play with. Now, I blocked that person because I guess she was trying to play mind games, whatever.
Right.
So, but to have understanding, I had to be like, well, like her, before I'm not chasing. I don't chase attention though.
I sure the fuck don't chase shit.
I'm not chasing them. Hell, I didn't even chase a horse. So what makes you think I'm gonna be chasing a woman, dude?
Hello.
So,
fuck you mean?
Dude, it's risking what I've been through before. You think I'm finna risk fighting for that?
Hell no. To the no. Hell no.
I didn't even fight for my relationship. You think I'm gonna fight for that? I was like, well, you can have all the luxury with that thing, buddy.
Enjoy your treasures, baby. My trash can be your treasure, honey.
And you know what was crazy? As time went on, he apologized.
Absolutely.
He was like, you know what, man? I came out the wrong way. I apologize. And after that, it was more of a respect for pure, but you still need to ask, hey, you got a stalker boyfriend? Do you got a stalker woman? Matter of fact, you might need to ask him, hey, is your dad a stalker?
Yeah.
Because another perfect example, you could be doing these photography. Every time you try to make a photo photography, guess who called it? The brother, the mama, daddy.
Everybody.
You got goddamn. Did they? I know you don't want to tell them, but you be like, "Hey, look, you got anything going on? Why your mom and daddy called? I'm trying to get this girl. Keep his leg up. I gotta answer this phone call. God damn it!" you're like, and then you be thinking to yourself, you know what? I need to go outside the block of the state to brave models to Hawaii because I can't give this right.
This is too much goddamn work. Absolutely. Yeah, you gotta know.
If I gotta risk in my expenses to work doubles to get y'all out here, I'm just gonna have to do this because I have nothing to. I'm so sorry. Oh my God, Jesus, boy, we in Hawaii, baby. What you doing? I said, this is not much, but that's the stuff you got to. That's the stuff that you have to, deal with, and that's a life lesson, y'all, because like I said, the mental mind of you gotta ask questions to them ladies, like, okay, I touch, someone might say no, disrespect,
What let me ask you real quick. What can I and other women say to the male species mutants out there that no means no, that there is no, you shouldn't come with another. What can you tell them what no means in a grown man's voice? Can you?
Look, sir, when they say no, they mean no. N-O, period. If they don't want to be touched, no. If you would think about this, when you go to the doctor and you got to get your prostate checked out, 9 out of 10, you probably going to tell that doctor, no, because you're going to feel uncomfortable, right? You know, like the
Absolutely.
opposite, you know. So just imagine if you're touching them and they say no. So that's why I'm just telling you from a man point of view, you gotta ask questions when you do either sex or anything, particularly with women. When if they say no, hey, good, because look, what's gonna happen if you touch them? Either you're gonna get arrested, pepper sprayed, or be like that movie I Spit on Your Grave.
That would be me.
See, if you never seen that movie, I Spit on the Grave.
You better
The
go
original
watch the original
you
one.
might want to watch that one, and you'll think again about touching.
Absolutely, bitch.
And you know what? I'm gonna be honest. I saw the original movie back then when it was on the VCR tape.
Yes.
And you know who made me watch that movie was my daddy and mom. Because
and look,
the movie, but they told me they was like, look, when a woman tells you no, that means no.
Just no.
Tell me no more after that.
look. That's why he get all the women to say yes now. He don't even try hard. They just say yes.
Yeah, he was like, I want you to watch this movie. I want you to watch this movie I Spit on Your Grave. When I saw that movie,
oh.
If a girl asked, what the girls asked me, can I dance with you? No, okay. I thought about spitting on my grave. I thought about that, but I said,
I was in my 20s when I saw that fucking movie. I was in Philly.
Wow.
I was in Philly. I was riding with my cousin at the time. She was a trucker. And we stopped in Philly and to visit her so-called boyfriend and shit. So they said, I got this movie I want you to watch because, I was telling them what kind of shit I like to watch and shit. They're like, yo, I got a movie for you to watch because it sounds like you the type of person that go for this shit. So I was sitting there and I was watching this damn movie and I was like, oh. It fucked with me because it brought back a trigger in my life because of what happened to me when I was 12 years old of being raped. So it was like, okay, I gotta sit here and man this shit up for the one time, but I'm not a victim. I'm a survivor though. So when I watch this damn movie, yeah, I will put you motherfuckers through the ringer. I'm karma on that end. Because she fucked them asses up.
Man, that movie, I think I had to be about 7 or 8 years old when they let me watch that movie.
God damn, they wanted you to know they younger.
Yeah, I told you how my mom and dad, you got a Pisces and a Libra. So, and my dad was like, I want you to watch this movie,
Hi, Ray.
Because we had popcorn. Well, we had popcorn and something, they always like to weekend movie. So
how you doing?
I'm thinking we're gonna watch maybe Commando or something like that.
Yeah, Commando was on. It was Mrs. Commando. Mm-hmm.
Right, and then I got this movie we read. It's called "I Spit on Your Grave." I was like, "I spit on your what?" And I was like, "Okay." They was like, "Yeah, we want you to watch this. So it's gonna be a life lesson." When a person tells you no, a woman tell you no, that means no. I'm like, oh, okay.
That'd be great. I'm sick. Listen, y'all go watch the original "I Spit on Your Grave." Just the first one. Not the new age one. It's in the 70s. Wasn't it in the 70s?
Yeah, the original one was in 78, 79, but it was released in 1980.
Yeah. Go watch the original.
Yeah.
I Spit on Your Grave.
Yeah.
No means no. Please understand that.
I guarantee you won't have to be on a sex offender.
You think Lorena Bobbitt was on some shit? Nope.
Yeah, she lost it. And like even women that I know today that was victims, I feel a certain way of hugging something. Because, they'll be like, hey, they'll hug, but I still remember what you told me,
Mm-hmm.
what the person did to you. But if you feel comfortable with me hugging you, okay, well, that's fine.
Right.
Because trust me, there was, like, you tell me your story, there's stories that I didn't heard from ladies that I know, and you'll be like, how did you, survive it?
Yeah.
So even as a male, if you survive that situation,
Yeah. Yeah.
you trust me, I fear for you, but that movie there, I don't know why my parents were being, I didn't do nothing for punishment.
Because you are a current man whore. That is why. Because when a motherfucker tell you no, it's gonna happen when no.
Yeah, you tell me no, like hey, we ain't got to do it. We're good. That stuck with me for the rest of my life.
No?
And
Oh, no problem. Absolutely. I'm gonna call it a night here then. I'll see you later.
you said no. I mean, you said I'm in the mood. I think about spit on your grave. I told a girl that one time about that, and she laughed her butt off about that. I was like, for real? I'm like, girl, you need to watch that movie or spit on your grave.
Oh,
You say no to me, okay?
no mean no.
It's enough trouble looking at the police all the time. You think I'm gonna go in there? Oh hell no, shit. It's so heavy. Oh yeah, you gonna find out. I think if you watch Spit on My Grave, I think that's gonna be a mental health movie you will never forget after that.
I think you would have more respect for a woman. That's for goddamn sure.
I think because you do. You got predators out here, man, and stuff like that. You got to be careful. You got to be even have a friend go with you or something.
Absolutely. Never go alone.
Think about that movie Players Club.
Absolutely. I feel like models should get their own room. Again, it depends on the relationships that you have created with a lot of guys, are not on that bullshit. They got too much going for them to fuck up their life. So I fuck with those type of people because I know I'm not gonna worry about shit. But
and then that's another thing too. If you got a homeboy, this is another thing you have to think about too. If you got guys that want you to have sections with their girlfriends and wife,
absolutely.
You might need to bring somebody with you just in case.
Absolutely. No.
Just in case. I don't care. Look,
nope.
I don't care if you've been knowing them for 10 years or whatever, because sometimes they'll give you a perfect example. You have a session with the dude's wife.
Mm-hmm.
What if she start having feelings for you?
Mm-hmm.
Because see, you do have some people when
absolutely
they fall in love with your personality now.
I have had 2 female stalkers.
See?
2.
See, I had 1. That was enough. I had to block up,
I promise you, when social media started kicking out, MySpace, oh my God, Tag, oh my. I met this chick off a Tag back in fucking, damn, 90s. And she was beautiful, don't get me fucking wrong. Oh, she was beautiful. She just was she wasn't my kind of woman.
Got it.
And no matter what I said, it was just never. So women, no means no. It goes for no.
Yeah, women, that means no. Do not call me if you got a restraining order on me, please.
Bitch, don't talk to me.
Yeah, because
the restraining order, bitch.
Yeah, please do not call me. You got a restraining order on me. That's the reason why you don't want to talk to me. I get it. Don't be calling me. Yeah, just set up.
Didn't we have an understanding of the restraining order, bitch?
Yeah. This is a restraining order. That's what you got it for. Not to call me while you got a restraining order.
Stay the fuck away. Absolutely. But yeah,
You didn't want
because
that.
a lot of I always say this: men do get abused a lot in this lifestyle.
Oh yes,
They do.
absolutely. Yeah,
Because there are some that are very, very submissive and can be very weak minded. And
yeah,
they get played on and preyed on like no tomorrow by wolves, and
yeah,
it's disturbing. I
yeah. A lot of them. As a man, you try to keep it quiet about it, but not at some point in time, buddy. Your buddies might see it from a distance.
mm-hmm.
Now they might not say nothing to you about it, man. Something going on, brother. Every time she come around, man, she give him this look. You know, So yeah, you got to be more open. If she's abusive, man, it's okay to call 911. You know,
Absolutely. Turn that camera on and call
and
911.
turn that camera on. Look,
We got
record.
we got a little story if you want to share.
Oh yeah, I'd be so glad. So just to give you a perfect example, I'm
Absolutely.
not, I'm not going to give the name, but I'm going to tell you it was someone in my past that I was married for 14 years,
A bitch.
and I'm going to tell you, 14 years, 7,992.86 days with this person,
Counting
and
the
don't
days.
yeah, I counted them days, and the thing is, y'all, a lot of times as a man, you be blind by love. You
Mm.
do. Because you're looking at there's some bad in it, but you also see the good because you see the part of them being nice to you. Okay. But as time went on, I think maybe like 2020 or 2021, the person asked for a separation, where actually a divorce. Okay. So you thinking that maybe that, you know, you're gonna be at peace, things will go smooth. Back again. So she started being picky, picking battles. And,
Mhm.
already starting like she'll think of something from the past that has nothing to do with her. So she'll use that to get a trigger out. All right. Fast forward to 2023. Me and that person got into an argument. And it was the same day, the anniversary of my mama when she passed away. And she tried to attack me, even though I recorded majority of everything when we had vacations. I think she fell and hit some garbage bags full of clothes, and she was talking out of her head. So I walked away. Went downtown, and the following day or two, I supposed I went to a Jamaica festival that day, and I get a call on the knock on the door from the police. They had a warrant for me and said I was arrested for domestic violence. Went to jail for 3 days. Then, I couldn't go back to the same apartment. So, she had a restraining order. Then when I tried to get my stuff, I think like that following week or two, all my stuff was gone. From scrub to clothes, Xbox, camera, everything. You know. And it was like you had to start back over.
Yep.
Pissed, you had to start back over. But
Mm-hmm.
as the time went on, I went back to court, and the good thing about it that they found me not guilty because I showed them the court because she was being
Absolutely.
manipulated.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
her being manipulated because she's cussing, she's upset. They see me in the camera calm. They see me, I'm not cussing at her. It's kind of like you have to be like, if you want to leave, just leave. You ain't trying to
Mm-hmm.
argue, really. That's what the
Mm-hmm.
judge saw, you know. And they found me not guilty, and then maybe about a month or two, I got the divorce. So, that's why she's saying and myself, make sure if you're gonna get in certain situations, record because you don't know what's on that person's mind.
Mm-hmm.
To trigger you. Now she could have had voodoo or whatever, but I won't say we fit the number one. So, I'm just giving you some details, and if I'm not saying that
Absolutely.
I would never be married again or nothing like that, but be more cautious who you
Hmm.
date
Absolutely.
because you don't want because look, you don't want your heart to be an enemy,
Absolutely.
and you don't want your heart to be an enemy, and sometimes you have to talk to somebody, someone that's close to you, and they know it. Even if you don't want your family to know, let a homeboy know what's going on that you can
Absolutely.
trust, or even a homegirl. See, I had
Hmm.
a homegirl and a homeboy that knew what was going on. So they told my family what was going on.
Hmm.
And, 'cause my family was ready to make a flight, but I was like, no, don't do that. But, you got to ask questions when you're dating the next time. It's not about, what you do, what you have for fun, and, what you bring to the table. Yes, you need to ask that question, what you bring to the table. Like, you bring voodoo spiritual, please stay away from
Go the
Do you
fuck
got,
away.
yeah, do you cook spaghetti with blood? Or yeah, you got on. When the last time you went to a mental institution?
Ab-
You know, because remember I
Absolutely.
told you, because
Absolutely.
remember I told you about the
Absolutely.
young lady. Remember I told you about the young lady that I thought was a foot model for the mental institution. That was her twin. I was like, they had to call a code. I think it was a code blue or something. Because she was acting up and she had the Bible. And I offered to call her name, girl. I did touch her. I ain't gonna lie, I did. This I was like, no, that's not her. That's not her. That's not her. But she sure looked like her. And that scary spice. That scary spice there, girl. I was like, that's old. What you call it? They was gonna be like, what?
I'm sick of you. I'm so
Oh
she.
my God, that's my favorite photo.
um, the
Cause
shit
tell
I
you
be
what,
listening to. Yeah.
yeah, you got to be careful, man. So what? I had to ask that question, but that girl sure did look like her. If I would have took a picture of that girl that was in that institution and then compared to the other girl, you would say like, yeah, that gotta be her twin. But I was like, oh my God, I had to block her for a while. She was trying to figure out why I blocked her. And I had to explain to her later why. And
uh,
she was like, boy, there's something wrong with you.
so
You really
fucking.
need
I promise
girl.
you. K- Ketro here oh god, he's fucking too much for me. Listen, I've learned so much from listening to him just talk that because of his because the way he treats women,
Yeah, yeah.
he has this natural flow, and I feel like
I
I
try,
feel
man.
like there
I
should be
try.
he should have some of that personality should be cloned onto a lot of other people because people try so fucking hard and make it so difficult.
Yeah, it's in my blood. My dad always told us be respectful to women. If you feel like you in a situation, get out if you can. Now, my mama, on the other hand, she was a little different. She be like, if she hit you, shoot, hit her with a chair. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, well, we just got through watching I spit on your brain. You tell me hit this phone with a chair? What are you serious?
Don't pick a fucking struggle here. I'm sick. No, you have to defend yourself. There are times that you have to defend yourself, but we are in modern technology where if you
Yeah,
are males, come on, because these females hollering this fucking equality shit has they lost their fucking minds,
they have lost
and
it, man.
it,
I can't deal with you.
it's sad that they're abusive now to the point where um, financial abuse is
Oh yeah.
higher. Um, the verbal abuse is high. The physical abuse is high. The shit that y'all used to do to women, women are doing to y'all motherfuckers. It ain't cool. It
Yeah,
ain't cool. So I feel like the law needs to change, but at the same time, you you, you got to learn to stop dealing with the same type of people
yeah,
and come out of that dark space and find something that's more enlightening and inviting rather
right.
than toxic and a buzzkill, you know.
Right. So you certain women in your life, you gotta, like I say, on a serious. I joke about it, but on a serious tip, you gotta ask them questions like that. Like when was your last relationship and how did it turn out? Because you want to know, okay, I know she
Absolutely.
don't have to make that same mistake. You know,
Absolutely.
if you need good like asking them questions like, have you ever been to an institution? I think you better ask them that question because like
I
I said,
have.
it's a lot of stuff they probably
I
been through and they
suggest
never
many
get
of y'all get your asses in there. But go
yeah,
ahead.
trauma and drug addiction,
Yeah, that's
the
that St. Louis
survivals.
shit.
Yes, it's anything, man. Because trust me, when I used to work in the
Fuck.
institution, and some of those young ladies, boy, the trauma that they had, you
Mm-hmm.
know, talking experience and and they have a tantrum, they throw in the chair, they crying,
Mm-hmm.
and and then they have sexual addicts to the work, stuff
Mm-hmm.
like that. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you better ask that question.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what's your background of your family? Are they, did they have this
All
type of mental
bipolar.
health? Did they are they drug dealers or something?
Yeah.
You know, even if she's not a bad person, you got good girls like that too. You got to ask
Yeah.
that
Oh
question.
yeah. Oh
You know,
yeah.
you got to ask the good girl the question. Hey, have you ever stabbed a dude with a knife, or have
A
you ever
pencil.
had a needle with?
Did you
Have you ever
pull his
sewed a
hair
man's
out?
throat?
Did you
You know,
slap him? Yeah.
yeah,
Simple
it's
shit.
like that movie. It's just like that movie made another movie that they had me watching too. Another one, but that that right there, demonstrate that my parents were goofy. They had me watch stuff that's why I'm crazy now because they with that crazy. hey, they were off the chain, boy. They were funny, but they got me watching stuff instead of just talking with me about it.
We're gonna
They
show
showed
you.
examples of right. They showed examples of the movie like this what happens if you do this to this girl right here. That's something me like normal people would do. It will make me kind of realize,
Because you are
dang,
a man whore today, so we have to have those
man,
reminders.
oh my goodness, it's stuff like another perfect
Oh
example.
shit! I fuck with your
Another
parents.
perfect example. It's another perfect example. Like I'll never forget this. When I got before I got married, you introduce the person to your family and everything,
Yeah.
and my mom, they was like, "Girl, she's pretty. She got pretty eyes and everything." Like, yeah, you always get them girls with the pretty eyes and everything. So when time go on, so I'm telling if I get married, you like, you sure you want to marry her? They're not really telling like they concerned. Like, you sure you want to marry this woman? Cause you know about the southern women, man. Once you start eating chicken and cornbread and all this, my dad just having this conversation, and it still didn't click in the head. Like, why is the reason why it is because oh yeah, you better be careful, man. She cooked like your mama, man. You gonna be stuck.
You gonna be fucked up.
I was
I'm
like,
fucking tired. You got me over here fucking teary eyed. Oh my god.
Dad, what is going on? And then
Hey,
time
Kasham.
went on for that divorce, man. So that's why I was like, the
How are
next woman,
you? Uh
I better not get the next woman don't cook like my mama, man. Cause
huh.
that was just,
Well,
it was just, I
I
blew
won't
away.
cook then. You just be
No,
buying fucking dinner.
man, I just make a salad. I'm
Oh
good.
shit.
But that's the reason why I ask guys, tell them women, ask them women questions like that on the table,
I'm
because
wonderful.
once you say I do, or even if you don't say I do, you gotta take it around your friends or something to see how her behavior gonna be acting. If she cool with your homegirl and your homeboy and everything, stuff like that. she might have an issue with them for no reason. And then you start having issues with them for no reason, they gonna be looking at you crazy. So
Yeah. So I always say, things are double edged conversations, but um men really need to check their fucking mental. Stop
yeah,
being abused. You don't have to take the shit. I
you
know
don't.
y'all have to break the chain.
Yeah,
It's okay to
please.
talk about that shit. It's okay to say,
Yeah,
yo, man, I'm fucking tired of the disrespect. If you are in a toxic relationship, it ain't nothing to talk about. I, you ain't nothing gonna change, baby.
she is not going to change, man. If she got a tantrum like a child, and every time you get in an argument and she likes to throw things, yeah, it might be time to get the hell on out of there, man. You know, get a restraining order, go do something, man, or get one of your homegirls to smack the hell out of her, do something. This is for real talk, cause you gonna end up either you gonna end up in jail, snap, because she did something to you, or in the grave.
I'm gonna tell
You
you
know.
something. I was there when Kelsey was going through this shit.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah,
I gave this fucker a list to do. I said,
yeah,
listen, you're going, and I gave him details. I said, listen, start recording conversations. I said, get a restraining order.
yeah.
He didn't get the restraining order. But
I did my
thankful,
heart be I did my heart be the enemy, but I did record.
thankfully, he recorded the fucking conversation.
Yeah.
I said, I said she's going to start, you know, doing a lot of extra. I'm giving him what women do,
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
females do. I'm just gonna be real with this is the process you're fitting to go through.
Yeah. You and my god sister, God rest her soul, was
Rest
saying
in
the same
peace.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was saying the same thing. I was like, damn, you said the same thing you said. Yeah, let me go ahead and do this shit because I am not. And as a man, it was a mental thing to fight because first of all, you hurt because you're going through this separation and a divorce because you're trying to do something that your father and mother, said, stick it out or you pray, and you're not looking to be with somebody else, especially you ain't been with them over 14 years,
Yeah.
So you ain't thinking like, damn, I got to look at another woman. That's normally we look at that one, but now you talking about someone separated, divorcing, and they're telling their family that we're separating, and they trying to figure out why you're separating, and you're like, and here's the thing, going through it mentally, emotionally, we didn't get a divorce because of fidelity or scam, or there's a child of wedlock, or she cheated, I cheated, and none of that. It had a little bit of finance, but it wasn't like we in chapter 13, so we gonna foreclose. No, it was nothing like that. Money come and go, so you balance it out. It was part of that, but also she felt like I gave her COVID during the season. Yeah,
Some dumb shit. See,
yeah,
people find reasons, stupid ass
yeah.
reasons to want to
If
leave.
I can understand if I cheated and I had a baby out of the wedlock, and
Shame on you.
okay, but you could have divorced me because you felt like I gave you COVID. You didn't try to make it like it was a finance and we're tired of this and that. It kind of made me, as time went on, you start thinking like, okay, well, I know I went crazy, So you thinking in perspective that it's gonna go smooth, but it didn't go smooth because
Okay.
it did not go smooth. She have another gentleman come in a car, and that. But you get upset if I brought a friend. Oh, she cut a food. I
Dumb
record
shit.
that too. and it was like, man, this girl just losing it. But still in my mind, I'm thinking, like it's gonna go smooth, whatever. We get this
Nope.
divorce, whatever, and she's staying in the house because now she's trying to get out the house to get off the lease. So both of our names were on the lease, but you're not really staying there. So she played that part very well, the mind game, and look, to make matters worse, even though I was found not guilty for domestic violence, it still stuck on my record for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
It
Unless
says
you can.
acquitted, but just think about that for something that you didn't do,
Yeah.
and they have a police report to show, because you got to think about it. You are the defendant, and she is the person that's claiming that you hit her. So, fellas, just give you a heads up on that. Be careful.
It's a thin line between love and hate.
She ain't used to having peace in mind, boy. Man.
Listen, I'm just gonna say this one part because I ain't gonna tell all his business, but it just stuck with me. She was sitting there arguing and yelling. He said, you ain't been taking your high blood pressure. He said, cause you ain't been stressing me the fuck out. He said, I don't need it no goddamn more.
Man, that was the only good part about that situation. That I wasn't taking a blood pressure pill because she wasn't. I was at peace.
Absolutely.
The street. I would go out, it was a peaceful.
Change.
Oh my Lord.
Change is good. Change.
Like, man, and she just going off.
She was furious.
When my friend had weighed her, she was like, hey, I was like, oh, well. She going calling her sister. He got prayed that. I was like, girl.
That shit sticks with me forever. Every time I think about your ass, I think about her stupid ass saying that shit. She was mad as fuck because he wasn't on high blood pressure pills. He said, I'm stress free. What the fuck I need to take him for?
Exactly. When she's gone, I'm at peace, man.
I know that judge looked at that shit and he was like, you're mad at him because of what?
Man, because he didn't tell you his high blood pressure pills and you didn't put stuff on. Like, what? Buddy, come on, man. So I was like, if anything,
she wanted him to be bad. She wanted him to be just spoiled.
Or be like,
just
she wanted to see that stress.
And spoiled. Just rotten.
And get
struggle.
That's something that you have to understand. You can't get out of character because they're using it. It's not easy, but you got to know how to be disciplined about it, man. Hey, like I said, pretend like she thought that most of the time when I was on my phone, I was talking to another female. In reality, I recorded her, so she's not knowing that I recorded her. I'm just trying to be careful what I say, because just in case, like, well, you can leave if you want to, try to be calm about it.
Right.
And, like, if you want to leave, just leave. If we're not together, this and this. And she just going on and on and on. I'm like, well, just leave.
Just go.
Yeah, just go.
Misery loves company.
Right, and then towards the end of the divorce, now you want to reach out and say I'm sorry and everything. And
reach out and touch somebody's hand.
When you forgive, then that's it. I don't have no more conversation.
Absolutely. Say that one more again.
Once I forgive you, I don't want no more conversation with you, because I still think in my mind what you did. You sent me to jail for a fake domestic violence, and then you want to apologize, and then you want to reach out to me when there's a severe weather thunderstorm. I hope everything's safe.
What's she going through?
Yeah,
that karma kicking her ass.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's karma. And like I said, I moved on done after that, man. After I got that divorce and
Toodles.
found me not guilty, man, I walked out of that court case like Tupac did in Vegas. Boy, I went out and party with the buddy.
All eyes on me.
Boy, I was free, boy. I was like, man,
I'm so sick of you.
that
I'm
was free,
sick of
man.
you. Oh.
I was saying good morning every day. Good morning. Good morning. Nice day. Hey, dog. I was just doing this all through the whole every day. You need any help? You need your grass cut? You need the dogs? You need me to work extra overtime?
Oh shit! But the thing is, all fun aside though, for him to be down there in Hawaii by himself,
Yes.
going through all of this emotional fucking roller coaster.
Right.
That's
Yeah,
a
I think
strong motherfucking person right there. He became a man whore, but besides that, he very strong.
yeah.
Got my ass over here laughing so damn hard. But you know, when you become vulnerable with certain people in your life,
Yeah.
it helps you heal.
Yeah.
But you have to be selective with who you be vulnerable with. You
Yeah.
know, it, it, and when he was vulnerable with me, that meant some shit to me. That was important to me. That meant like, damn, this man trusts me.
Yeah.
And he's going through a divorce with a fucking scorned,
Man. Yeah.
dysfunctional woman.
Yeah. It was tough. Like, also keep in mind, during that period of time before the divorce, my mom died, my
Mm-hmm.
auntie died,
Yep.
a homeboy from Chicago got killed, a cousin got. So then you're going through this divorce. So now you're like, you know, you going times that she would call, I'd be in that dark room. Like, man, nights out or whatever, man.
Right.
You
Yeah.
know, and you just being calm and mellow about it now. Even though she would call all the time, my buddies always would check on me because the first thing they'll say, hey man, you got that house. Same thing she would say, her and my god sister, you got that house. I stayed in the house, yada yada yada. You know. And you know, it helped out, but I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I got so tired of hearing love songs.
I know that's right.
Yeah,
Bitch,
I
I'm
understand.
single.
I want to hear reggae or Bob Marley or some Too
It's
Short.
just
I was not trying to hear Al Green that stay together, buddy, or what was the
I
music?
shot the sheriff.
Yeah, and Atlanta Stars.
And I didn't shoot that bad. I get you. I get you on that. People, but you know, people think that those love songs are supposed to help you, but it's only like, why the fuck would I want to give a fuck about loving someone right now? I want to punch a bitch in the throat.
I ain't trying to hear no Tamia, I'm fishing, missing you and everything, man. I love Tamia, and that's a sweetheart, but I want to try to hear.
Absolutely.
Oh, you put a move on my heart. And the both made it work. Kevin, this young Jerry right here, buddy. They gonna play some Ozzy, brother. Choosy love. Boy, I was like, man, play some Little Chris. I got clothes.
Oh shit! Oh shit! I'm tired. I'm fucking.
And they meant by good heart what
They
was doing.
did.
But it was just like, dude, I'm not trying to hear no love songs. I'm not trying to hear no Jabars,
Right.
none of them. Yeah, I want to hear either Coles by Ludacris or Future or
Move,
Don't
bitch, get out the way.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Give me some gangster shit or something, some little roughneck.
I don't want to get out there this old Captain Save bullshit
Shit,
right
I
here.
don't want to be. I'm don't love nobody right now. I love me,
I ain't
bitch.
trying to. I ain't trying to hear no love, romance, and candlelight. I'm done
Oh,
with that damn
sick of him. I'm sick of him. I'm sick of him.
That's what I had to deal with on that part. I was like, oh my goodness, this is not good, bro. Y'all got any reggae or Hawaii music or something? And they finally tell me, well, okay, what you want to hear? Man, play some Too Short, Life is a Bitch or something. Okay, yeah.
Put Tech Nine on, bitch. Let's go.
Yeah, play some Dr. Dre or shit. Something. I ain't trying to hear no love.
Hey,
conversation right
Adrian.
now. I'll do that later. Robin Thicke is
How you
not on my
doing?
laptop. I'm talking about Free the Love. But
But yeah,
I know they meant by heart and everything, you know,
yeah.
and it got worse at between time because when I used to do those musics on in the Facebook, you know, they be picking songs. I'd be like, please pick a song that you like and don't joke us. I just feel I'm in love today and I want to hear some baby face. I'm like, oh, jeez. And you know, you gotta fake it. Okay, that sounds like a good day, right?
Like, nope, not today. I see. I don't. That's why I feel like I was never invited, or anyone really cared to like come comfort me, because I tell everybody, no, that's not what the fuck I want to hear. I don't bite my tongue. I mean, I know y'all mean well. What we not
It was
doing?
killing me. While you drink, you're already emotionally going through stuff,
Absolutely.
and they making more work with the love songs. I was like,
You gonna make me
Jesus.
drink more and more, bitch. Put please.
Yeah, it went from 15 packs to 30 pack after that. I was like, oh, Lord.
I'm trying to fucking decompress from all of this shit, bitch. Hold up. Yeah, but they think, but that's just showing you that they love you. That's all. But they did do their best.
And I must say, they did look out for me. Even when I was
Absolutely.
going through that, they looked at like, hey man, you okay? You need anything? Or, I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Just come out. We'll go out to hang out at the park or whatever. Most time I was with them or whatever, or my homegirl would come and get me or whatever. But shoot, they was tuning me out of that, man. But they was like, when they saw that police 8 cars, oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was vibrant. Cause man, look, he called me.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I was so like, okay, where you at? What happened? And I'm just so grateful that he just used the recording because
She got this. She scratched. She had to scratch it to her shirt, and I'm like, okay, I got to get out of here, man. When you going to jail, they already, God, policemen, and they see the story, they ain't telling my story. They like, dude, you don't even seem like you fight nobody.
didn't even fit his character.
It didn't fit because when they was like, the judge was like, I don't see nothing on your record, so but you can't go back to the park. I'm like, I live there, sir. I live must stay with my
That's my place too.
Yeah. So I was like, and then I got to get half of my clothes, and then when she left, she threw everything out. I'm like, oh, so
That's why I told him to get the fucking restraining order.
Yep, I got that restraining on the end of the block.
After the fact.
I got it. I had got off early because I asked my client, I got something to do with this. They were like, yeah, go ahead. Man, I'll see you tomorrow or whatever. I went downtown and got that paperwork, man.
I told him to get that shit first.
Yeah, I was like, she threw the Xbox. I was like, oh Lord, no, she didn't.
Not the Xbox. That you know what though, that the entire thing, and it's to hear you laugh about it shows healing and growth, in that you didn't allow depression. Excuse me, I got the burpees, and all and you're by yourself though. You feel what I'm saying? But you built a somewhat of a family base for you down there that had good support for you. So to have that, and you you healed from that. You still healing or
Right.
no,
Yes.
but
Still there.
it take
Like
time because you put all your love into someone.
14 days, you got to think about you. I'm coming all the way from Georgia
Hmm.
to come here to help your family, your sister. You know, I left my mom and then my sister and nephews and nieces. Rolling the dice to come to help you as the husband, as the husband, happy wife, happy life, whatever you want to call it. That's what I was.
Hmm.
Because if I did it, when you care about somebody, you're not thinking that the steps for the pop off or nothing like that.
Right.
You're not thinking about that. But when you actually see their true colors, because like I said before the separation, something just kept telling me, like I think we supposed to have renewed our vows or something,
Mm.
and something just kept saying, Kelsey, just wait. I could never feel it. Listen to your heartbeat, like that's your wife. Da, 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 da. My gut feeling was more like, hey, I think you better wait.
Mm.
And then, because we both had went to Columbus to a wedding, that's what it was.
Mm.
And I was that paid for the trip or something. Something just kept telling me, don't pay for it. Don't pay for it.
I remember you telling me that.
Yeah, it was just a gut feeling like, hey, man, I think you did not want to pay for that trip. I'm like, that's the thing. I was like, okay, let me just react. And next day after New Year's, after me and the buddies got in about 4 or 5 in the morning from a New Year's party, and she come in there messing up, interrupting my coffee and toast.
Oh Lord, I'm
I
sick of him. But yeah.
said, you just don't interrupt a man when he's eating his toast and coffee with Splendor sugars. What the hell's going on with you?
On New Year's. Fuck is wrong with you? Get a grip.
Yeah, so like I said, it was an experience and a life lesson for me. And like you said, I'm still healing, and just having good supporting people like yourself, God, my brother, and just people that's here. They saw it for their own experience. Like, whoa, she bugging, she
Yeah.
bugging. You
Yeah.
know, they God didn't have a car. Boy, oh man, that car would have been probably set on fire.
Angela Bassett said a motherfucking car. Yeah.
Man, she
Shit.
bugged the window out the car, man. I've been like, Lord Jesus, if I could just grab her right now. Oh boy, come get come get your sister. She bugging, dog. She is bugging.
She has crossed the final fucking line. God damn it.
I'll tell you, because and what's so crazy is that ever since that divorce, we don't have no contact with, like I said, the Dodd brothers, her buddies and friends. None of them. I have no more contact with them because she probably ain't said that when he did. In reality, they don't even know it was a
They have no
recording.
idea.
They just going by
But family is family.
Yeah, they like he should have probably did. I can pretty much imagine, but in reality, they're like, dude, I got recording what that fool did. Now I don't know what she probably
Well,
told you.
at the end of the day, people will either want to find the truth out or clack that shit up. So it's their loss, and you gained your peace. So it's God. Remember we was having that one discussion that one time a couple years ago that I asked God to remove everything that's not for me.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what he was doing, removing everything that's not. Now you can see more of your benefits, more of your blessings, more of your achievements, more of your goals. You ain't even dreaming. You ain't pretending. You living wholeheartedly, authentically. You living your best days, and that's strength.
Right. Even if you have to rebuild your life, you got
Yes.
that burden off of you. You know,
Yeah.
for me, I had to start over. That's fine.
That
You
clean
know, it,
slate is worth it,
it,
man.
it, it is. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. You have to start back over, man. I mean, you place things or whatever, but you only got one life, so live it and
Absolutely.
start back over. And concentrate on other stuff, man. Your health or your podcast, or you want to do more vacation. You see Michael Jordan being more happy.
Absolutely.
That dude drank more Cavassier than high fiving and what's happening. I mean, I'm not saying that the first marriage of his was her because I know he had his fault in there, and I'm sure that she had. It just didn't connect. But
Yeah.
he got with that second one, boy. Michael been high fiving, hugging Mary J. I'm like, oh, that's not the Michael I can remember back in the
He
day.
went back across the street where he came from. That's all.
Man, he been going to Brazil and I
I'm
was like,
sick of
damn.
you.
It
But
was like, damn, that's the real Michael then.
I say all we talk about all this and we laugh about it now, but this is something I take very serious. It's abuse. Mental
Yeah,
health is something serious. Financial abuse is something that you men have to really respect your money because you
respect your
worked hard.
money and
You worked hard.
invest it.
Yeah,
Invest your money wisely.
absolutely.
Um, a lot of times, something I would tell guys too. If you got kids with that person, do what you can to take care of. But if you ain't got no kids, then you can always invest your money into different things besides that person.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, invest in, your retirement.
Mm-hmm.
Have something to back you up because, one thing I had to do in perspective was like after the divorce or between the divorce of the time, you have your policies, insurance and stuff like that. Then the person that you was with, make sure that you change all of that. You know,
Yes.
even it's gonna sound crazy. You might have to even call the Social Security, tell them that you divorced.
Yep.
Because guess what? If you need this world and you retire and you got Social Security
She's
covered,
gonna get it.
she's gonna get it. Now you might not
Yeah.
think about it now, but 20, 30 years later, you didn't work or did whatever, became a business successful. She gets it. So make sure you have that, like, hey, I want this person off this, though she's not getting nothing. Or he's not getting
Do the
nothing.
right thing.
You better if you're a private person like I used to be, see, I'm a little more open than I was before. Because I always, in order to get something out of my conversation, you have to get the key.
Yeah.
Get the second.
Yeah. You're gonna have to get the crowbar, the WD 40.
I had to learn not to always be. It's okay to be private, but sometimes some certain stuff, if something really happened and people that love and care about you, you gotta kind of open just that door up a little bit, open up a little bit. Like after that situation, talking with my sister, my brothers, and them, and redoing my policy because they would ask questions like, "Hey, man, well, so what's going to happen with your life insurance, whatever, stuff like that?" And I told Queen, I said I had a list of people. And I was like, I might get one of the footballs on that life insurance.
I'm sick of him. Scorpio.
Yeah, you can say, look, I'm gonna tell you, when you divorce, you start acting out a little bit.
Like, a little bit.
I might get two life insurance. I can put one on for her.
Absolutely.
And I might get one for Tatiana, man.
Absolutely. We are.
Good dude. I'm just you have some wife, you be like, damn,
yeah.
I ain't done divorce from my wife. The investments and everything. You know what? I'm might talk to Tatia. You know, Tatia, I
Come on.
wanted to talk to you about this policy. You know, something happened to me. You've been giving me a nice, good couple foot job for a long time, for the last 5 years.
Absolutely. Let her know that she is very worthy.
And when you passed away, your family mad at you. Why he ain't near to me? Tatiana took care of pretty bad.
Tatiana kept me calm and collective, baby. That's why she got down. Absolutely. Y'all make sure y'all put me on y'all goddamn insurance policy.
Well, yeah, you ain't another woman in your life. Kind of looking at her like, I don't know. I mean, she could, but I'm stick with Tatiana in the scope. I don't think I could.
See the benefits in that longevity shit?
They don't even know none of these models. They ain't never had me talking to them.
Let me Google these motherfuckers right quick. Absolutely. Google me. Oh, no, the fuck you didn't.
She coming out with a couple $1,000 and everything.
It's a sunny day today. And it's raining cats and dogs, baby.
Yeah, it was like, he done passed away and then gave it the scope and Tatiana and everything. What the hell going Hey, buddy.
Listen.
You got three beneficiaries on that. So
I'm sick of you. Don't listen. Just send me my check. I'll be okay. We can do it over video.
You got your foot page and everything, and you want to capture somebody else. You know what?
Absolutely.
I always knew that dude was a pervert. Let me give it to my nephew.
Oh, a lot of people I forgot to say that your brother is also into feet.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, absolutely.
And he followed me on Facebook, but no longer, no more. Okay.
He's still on there, but man, that my brother, he's I think it ran in our family with our daddy. That's what I believe.
With your daddy.
It had to be somewhere around there,
Yeah, somebody had to start it.
Yeah, they had to start, And it's bad if you got your cousins on there. They're like, hey man, Basil, you on there?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's in your genes. Definitely in your fucking genes.
You got old church members. I ain't like, hey man, I ain't know you. Okay. I'm glad you like my page.
We all good here. We can have some real good discussions one day when we catch up. Shit.
Be like, hey, you in Texas? Okay, bro.
I'll see when I get down there. Absolutely. I think, but that's not really common to have brothers and family members in the lifestyle. So when you do have that, that's some shit that you can really just like have some really good conversations on. I think
it's like this, Queen. If the family can run the mob family, you can run the foot.
Absolutely. Why the fuck not?
That's what the thing about the mob got the steel mill, they got the drugs, they got the casino.
Absolutely, we got it all. We want it all.
We got podcasts and footballs and band and a German top cigars in the trap.
Absolutely.
You use Bitcoin for investment for the foot game. That's what you have to do.
I'm sick of you.
I'll tell y'all what, this business is big. If you ever noticed, we had this discussion a few times about if you look at some of these female podcasts, they showcase their feet, but they're basically having a different conversation, and they got more male guys on a podcast describing it everything.
Yeah.
They doing that. And what's gonna get crazy is that you're gonna see more gospel females doing that same thing.
Oh yeah.
So don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if you see Yolanda Adams on there and stuff now.
Listen. Kiki Wyatt already got her ass up there. Listen. Yeah, everybody got I seen a beautiful picture Holly Berry did today. She did with that wine glass. Did you
Yeah, yeah,
did you see it?
yep. I seen it. I seen it.
You know
And
I'm
I'm
finna
like,
recreate that motherfucker. Hashtag Holly Berry with the wine glass, baby. We gonna pull it through. I want to challenge. I want to challenge. I want to challenge. I want to. No,
man,
we ain't challenging,
that
but I want to see everybody post up a wine
that
glass. That shit was
that
sexy.
that is more. There is more women's foot podcasts that I'm seeing. It be different stories about mental health, man. Yeah, you can talk about it, but showcasing no toes. Like, let me go in and scream.
Right? I don't want my podcast based off of that though.
Yeah, but you know that's what they're doing now because now some of them they looking at it as a business. It's a business, but you also got to understand for people that's really into it, it's kind of like an insult to some of us too.
It
You know,
is.
like like are you just doing it because you think because you got really you don't realize you do have guys that are really passionate about that study. You got women that are very loyal and dedicated. So when you got women like yourself and other folk models that have been doing this 20, 30 years, 15 years, then you come in there with a podcast and you only just started like what, 30 days?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then you had an issue with dudes complimenting about your feet, and second to nine, all of a sudden you're looking at dollar signs and going on OnlyFans.
Yeah.
And now it's kind of like, at first, when I saw it, I said, yeah, that's kind of cute. Then I started thinking, like, wait a minute now. You got civilians that are not celebrities that's been in this foot game quite so long.
Yeah.
They travel.
Yeah.
They do these podcasts. They posting. They got like 3 different edit pages. They on Twitter. They on Facebook. They on
Everywhere.
Mm-hmm. And you got that one podcast, and you got 30,000 K on there, and you have audacity that I'm like, are you serious? So I would kind of get offended by that because you think about the money that we guys also spend,
Yes.
for y'all to for them to do that. You like, are you just doing that just for the cash, or you just?
It's for the money.
Yeah,
it's for the money.
Now,
Anybody can get it.
Yeah, but if it was Holly Berry, she gets dudes on the dip, so she probably would do it.
Yeah, she got an Oscar for humping on a white man. So yeah.
If she had a foot page, I probably would subscribe to it.
Hey, foot that's freak.
Yeah,
How you doing?
And again, you do got some that that's into the foot game, like Ludacris.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Idris Elba. I'm not sure about Chris Rock and the coach that used to coach for the Jets. I can't think of his name. A lot of and I think Tony Braxton.
Tony. Yeah, there's so many.
There's so many. You'd be surprised, Quentin Tarantino.
How you doing? Yeah, Quentin Tarantino. Yeah. There's so many, but it used to be so fucking taboo that it's not taboo any fucking more. Yeah. I'm wonderful, darling.
Even Elvis Presley had one.
Yeah, what fucking minors, but we're not gonna talk about that.
Yeah. I forgot he was the minor dudes, but
we're gonna keep shit a buck. That dark truths.
Yeah. I used to hear that rumor a lot to myself, so I get it.
Yeah, but it's today it's a shit show, and that's why I want to bring back some real passion behind the foot fetish. It's one thing for content, yeah. You have to, you know what I'm saying. When you do one-on-one sessions with people, this shouldn't be just business. This should be an opportunity to really enjoy what you're doing and giving and receiving, versus, oh, I got to get my paper. I don't want all of that fucking energy on me. I'm okay. Because when I was doing that nice shit, this one, that one, this one, that, I was fucked up. My energy, my mind, I'm an empath. I'm wearing all of this shit. I said, man, fuck this shit. This ain't me. I'm not for everyone. you know.
Right.
So
Right.
I also learned that a lot of guys don't want a woman to be touched by every fucking body because then it's just everybody had it, you know. I don't know if it makes sense, but a lot of them don't want everyone touching them. But then there's guys that just prefer, hey, I want that experience with her, and I get
Right.
that. You know, it's
Yeah.
it's
Absolutely.
choices.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you have to ask the questions like certain way you want to be touched or you don't want to be touched, and then like if the guy is uncomfortable with his woman, on guys touching her feet and everything,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
gotta have that discussion, like because you gotta think about when she's in this foot game,
Mhm.
she's gonna get compliments, she's gonna get criticized sometimes,
Mhm.
and she then this competition, different models in
I don't
company.
compete. We shouldn't
Yeah,
compete.
yeah, but at the same time, you got to stand on out on that. Now, are you ready for that type of life?
Yeah.
Because once
No.
you get with a foot model and you're trying to have a relationship, she's not going to stop making her money like that, man. Really not. Unless she just retired or something. But then 9 out of
I
10,
want to retire. I do. I'm ready to fucking retire.
because you didn't put in a lot of work into it for decades,
Man, I
you know,
I get more enjoyment out of my BDSM than I do foot fetishes.
a lot of the rules have changed too.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of the veterans that you know used to be in Facebook groups, a lot of them,
Yeah.
is the same
I
like
don't
they
miss
used to
that
be.
shit.
And Facebook and Instagram they got strict on a lot of it. Because when Facebook kind of first started off with some of the flip groups, it was a lot of fun. Most of and then you just start seeing where different rules come in, and it's like, damn, they just take the
That
fun out of it.
I'm gonna tell you with Facebook and Instagram can literally kiss my entire ass. I'm gonna say this because when Facebook first came out, MySpace was the shit though.
Yeah,
But MySpace started converting over to more music platform. And here come Facebook. Facebook was like, whatever. We was Twitter down on that motherfucker at that point,
yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah.
And then they come up with this, oh, we gotta be with the PG-13. And then they start putting everybody in fucking Facebook jail.
Jail, 30-day jail, 60-day
Okay.
jail. I'm like,
So
dude,
then,
I mean,
but then now we're back at to where the fuck we started from.
yeah, yeah,
So it's like pick a fucking struggle at this point. That's why I'll never go back to any meta platforms ever.
because when you think about it, when I used to do music groups in Facebook,
Mm-hmm.
oh man, I stayed 60 days in jail. And a lot of times, a lot of times, it had nothing to do with the song. It would be somebody reporting me because they were
Reporting you
doing
because they
something
don't like you.
right. It was basically like that, or it would be like someone because I remember one dude. I believe he reported me because he liked this young lady that was the administrator of the group at the
Mm-hmm.
time,
Mm-hmm.
and you know at that time I admit she was a she's a very gorgeous woman,
Mm-hmm.
very gorgeous. But she in London, dude. At that time, I'm in Georgia. I ain't got time to be doing long distance relationships.
What we gonna do?
What we gonna do? I'm gonna call you. Hey, babe, how you doing? I know you're on London.
six
Nah, bro.
6 hours later.
Like I said, and I'm thinking to myself, and I was noticing like some of my music got declined, or
Mm.
sometimes. they'd be like, you did community standard policy, like what's community standard policy? But they
Right.
do did I any songs or anything like that, and I was just like, wow. And then when she finally told me, I said, this is something of biscuit, man. But yeah,
Some
I call
biscuit.
it.
I ain't said that in hella years. Some biscuit. But you know, now they're banning a lot of pages and they're calling it spam
Yeah,
on both platforms. I highly suggest you stop fucking using those platforms if your asses are going to do this type of lifestyle. Go to the UK based platforms. It is
yeah,
more welcomed there. I
yeah.
know people don't like change and adding. Listen, if you don't see me there, that's because I'm never coming the fuck back. I have found somewhere safer.
Yeah, because basically Facebook and Instagram, they their policies are too strict, and then they got a lot of favoritism.
And a lot
And
not but a lot of people need to also understand that different countries allow prostitution. So it
yeah,
is legal for them to do what they do in their
right,
country, not in our
right.
country. So people
Just
need
like
to
some part,
understand that.
yeah, you like some parts of Africa,
Mhm.
and some parts of Mexico, Yugoslavia or Israel, or whatever.
Mhm. Yeah.
They got they can get away with platforms that you post that you can't get away from the Facebook or the Twitter or the IG. You
Absolutely.
know, so yeah,
Brazil.
that's a good value. The stuff that you can't show, you could pretty much probably show it on there.
That's why I always when I was on Instagram on my last page before it got taken away, I
Uh-huh.
was posting more international people dancing, showing you different things that you can fucking do here and make it legal, make it go by the guideline. That's why I do what I do, how I do
Right,
it, because I know it's going to be legal. It's going to follow the guidelines. It takes a bitch to report my shit. That's
right.
how it gets fucked up. So,
Yeah,
when I be creative, I don't get enough credit for it. They
right.
want me to
But
just put my fucking feet in a fucking camera all damn day when I have all of these fucking videos. When you come in my live, you should just talk to me. This is how you
right.
get to talk, how you get to know your models. If they're online and they willing to be online and they willing to talk, talk.
Yeah, I'll
Don't
talk.
run to the fucking DMs because I'm gonna block your ass. You should have said
Yeah,
hello here.
yeah, yeah. And you already know, like if you go live, especially if they go live, keep it you keep it calm and peace.
Yeah.
Whatever you got to say on the DM, you save it, or if they want to hear it. But if you're going live, the conversation could be at peace, really. You know,
Absolutely.
even if you're going to invite them, you know how to be carry yourself and have a conversation or
Mhm.
whatever happens because you know they're already watching the page. They
Yeah.
already right? And
Mhm.
then you got some good coming there with great,
Mm.
like be like, wow,
I get
unbelievable.
that every damn day. Every day. Like
That's
just clockwork. That's from 2 a.m. until I go to fuck to sleep. Back at 2 a.m. every damn day. I get fuck cards. And this is why I feel like I want my podcast to not be sitting here showing my fucking feet all goddamn times when you're not understanding my points of being here and educating people and talking to people, you know,
right.
building something more, bringing back what's lost and abused. You feel what I'm saying? Because there are men that are literally passionate about this shit and they just are disgusted because it's turning into a shit show.
Right. It is,
Literally.
the the passion that we have for majority of the guys that's just really into, the foot game. You know, we get the bad part of what we see that we know it's not like we know like the ones women that are very dedicated to.
Right.
Then we also know like the ones we know like she's not really into it, but she posts.
Yeah.
And look how many times she likes to DM to see what she wants to buy or this and that. And then you have some guys, is halfway promoting stuff too. You
Mhm.
know,
Mhm.
you know, and then that, like I said earlier, it could turn into jealousy of a model that you might have been interested, and she might have been kind of feeling your conversation where y'all just have a good vibe, and here come a jackass.
Right. Right. Right.
Fucks it up.
Yeah.
Now she has options to close her page up. So now you got she on OnlyFans or Twitter or anything.
And that's what I tell people. Listen, when if y'all keep reporting my shit because I say no.
Right.
Once it's gone, it's gone. You're gonna have to push a goddamn button and pay for something because that's just that.
Right.
I'm not gonna keep repeating myself over and over and that is. I'm in a level in my place of peace right now that I'm not. I haven't done shit in months. Nothing. Just video chats. That's it.
Right. Me personally, if I get like my page, if I can get to some of the models this year, I'll post what I can, and like I said, on their time, and then whatever I can get a chance to follow up or whatever, then that's what it is.
My peace matter.
Another thing you can keep in mind too. I know it was a guy asked a question about like why they don't come to certain cities. A lot of times some models don't come to certain cities because of the dangerous territory that's over there.
That's true. Or the fucktards.
Yeah, a lot of times it could be a situation where you might hear a few models might say, "Hey, I'm not going to Atlanta for a while."
Say noise.
Because it might not be a stalker. It just, hey man, they got some high heat going up there, and I don't want to be involved in that shit.
Yeah.
Or I don't want to go to Memphis because this is going on
I
over
love
there.
Memphis.
So when you ask them questions like,
Memphis.
like we know like the most places that most footballers gonna be going is Florida, New York, Carolina, Chicago, or Texas and stuff like that. We know that. But when you're talking about places like Hawaii, Connecticut, Seattle, Nebraska, and stuff like that, for us, we definitely have to put a little more effort in our shit because we're like, hey, I know the price is going to be pretty up, but I'm willing to put you to come out to Connecticut, because you're in the state, all of us in the state, but due to the fact Hawaii is on the island in this part of the United States, the price will go up because you got to think about it. You're on the West Coast.
Yeah. Way on the West Coast. Absolutely.
Yeah, you're 6 hours behind, and we're definitely behind California and Arizona. So
12.
Compared to where you're coming from, you could be in Texas, Carolina, or Detroit, Michigan. Yeah. Either way, if I even come there, it's behind. But if I like your service and your material, I'm pretty much gonna be like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna work something out for her.
Right.
This, especially if it's a model that you like, and then you have some models that you don't want to do sexually. You just like they pictures, and you probably just buy pictures for them.
Right.
And the ones that don't do sections. You just have to respect that. That's all you can do. You can't change their mind if they don't want to do the section because it could have been some things happen to them. Going back to the mental health part, trauma.
Keep it a buck. Keep it a buck.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Because I don't be like, you do sections, and they tell me, no, I don't do sections or nothing like that. But I be like, okay, that's fine. Because at that point, I used to be like, man, why they don't do no damn section? They just be a child. Then I started thinking down the line, I was like, okay, there's a reason why some of these women don't do sections because they either they had something in the past or they might have had a situation where they were doing a section. God might have fronted them a certain way. They ain't like it, getting stuff like that, So you just have to respect that. So you separate the ones that will do the section or they just don't want to do the section. Just respect it. But you can still support the page if they got pictures and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Give them a shout out.
Yeah.
Because there are some ladies I know that don't do sections, but I give them a shout out sometimes or whatever. And
Yeah.
then if I'm not doing shout outs, put in the thing, I throw the name out or whatever, and it's appreciated for love.
Right. But I feel like when it comes to networking, we don't know how to network. Well, a lot of us doesn't know how to do network.
Yeah.
Because it goes with saying learning how to have a healthy relationship with your model and your clientele.
Right.
Um,
Right.
for me, I have several videos that I've posted as to the reasons why I'm so selective now. That life lessons equals my blessings because I don't have to tolerate the disrespect or the insults or the threats.
Right.
Even though y'all really like the videos, but I posted those as a reminder that all money ain't worth it, all people ain't worth it. You deserve better. Know me, no. So
Absolutely, man. It's like certain models, you can kind of tell, like, okay, they seem okay. Especially ones that some of them I've been following since they was in Hoops and Yacht back in the day.
Yeah.
You kind of still
Dial
got
up
that
and
trust.
shit.
Right, ones that been legit for quite some time. But some of the new ones come like that to still question, like, okay, are you really true to this game?
Yeah.
Now some of them you can see like,
Yes.
okay, yeah, they trying.
Absolutely.
They constantly post it,
Mm-hmm.
And they might, some things you might look at what their photos or anything, and sometimes they want to know what else they want to change anything, then some advice I can only give, or I'd be like, but this is what you probably want to do next time.
Yeah.
Like
Suggestions.
Yeah, or I said there are different apps you can use, besides Instagram. If you feel like your page is keep getting turned down, go to these different apps.
Like mine.
I say, you can always talk to other models that, they can give you their perception. But for me, this is what I would suggest. You can always talk to other models to get a point like this far app ain't working, then try another one. Just like if your success is not well with Instagram, some might go to the bingo, or some might go to do well on Twitter,
TikTok or some shit. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, TikTok. It's vice versa. So you have different fans and different apps.
Mm-hmm.
You got people that love your shit on the UK app, whatever.
Yep. Excuse me, yeah. But yeah.
Yeah. So you gotta, like I say, be creative and earn your model. Know your fans, earn your models.
Yeah. Stay consistent. Stay consistent.
Stay consistent. Keep writing. Try to do different things, and then don't post everything. Save it on a rainy day.
Yeah, take a damn break. I
Yeah,
love when I take a break from posting.
yeah,
If I do post it, maybe one thing, and then maybe one time a day. That's it.
yeah. Because like post, if you say some of your photos,
Mhm.
some of them photos could be 5 years old. It looks new to everybody in your mind is old.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? So you always tell them to do that, man. Too.
Yeah,
Don't
that's what I'm.
don't.
Yeah, always go back home. I always
Yeah,
say, always go back home from the beginning, because I've
right,
learned that the older movies that I've done, that they love more
right.
because I put
Or
more energy and more action into it, more role play, and it's a lot.
right.
It's worth it.
Or another thing I would tell guys too, like for instance, I give a perfect example. If I'm going out of town, if I'm going to let's say I'm going to Birmingham, Alabama, I'm going there.
Damn.
So basically, you have a connection down there with footballers out there.
Hmm.
Now, they might not be football, they might be non-football. You know, get with them the days that you're down there. You know, go like I know. To be honest, I know models in just in not just Birmingham, but Opelika, Alabama,
Hmm.
Montgomery. I know Cage City, Alabama, because it's down the street.
I want to
New
go to
York.
Bama so bad.
Uh, you know, you once was it Bonneville, Alabama.
Bama.
All of them models, I go say models, but models, models. You know,
Why
you could.
is it? Okay, I don't want to cut you off, but I want to ask because you know I'm high. Why is it every time I turn around, they always say there is no foot model where I'm at?
Depending on where you're going, you do it the best way to doing that, man. You have to. I get what they're saying, but the best way of changing that is that you just have to go out there and approach certain women that you think that's going to go on for the NJ foot game. Same thing that I had to do when I came here.
Hmm.
And the best way that I did, I didn't go to Facebook and Instagram. I went to Tag.
Tag was the
And
shit.
yeah, and what I did with Tag is like I go in there and see the women that's in Honolulu, and I made a comment about the picture and say I can tell you that's a nice pretty feet, and that's how they start that conversation right there, and then start kind of know who they were and everything,
Hmm.
and and that's how I got some of the ladies in Hawaii, you know. That's the best way I could tell you for saying that because like even if you go to Mississippi,
Hmm.
now Mississippi don't have football, but they do have women with pretty feet down there. You just have to go out there and start approaching, you know. But I would tell you to go on someone like Tag or go to one of those foot pages where they have, different cities,
Hmm.
location,
Hmm.
and just start, you know, going on site and have a conversation or person that you cool with, a female that you cool with,
Hmm.
that has pretty feet. So sometimes you have to roll the dice of doing that,
Hmm.
And like ever since I did that with my page, start opening up a little bit more.
Mm.
Now they can be jackasses at times,
Yeah. Yeah.
but
Why not?
but at least at a point in time when it was consistent for me, they did participate.
Right.
So you have to just go out there and do it, even if it's like your supervisor.
Right.
And like I have a supervisor now.
Hmm.
You know,
Mm.
kind of iffy about asking her because she like a little drink. But,
Mm, mm, mm. Feel
but
like you're a
I
little
would have,
tipsy.
yeah, but I can. We have a good vibe for communication. But
Absolutely.
but I'm thinking like, so you got grown kids right now. You got almost two grown kids. Looking at your compression and your little brownish
Hmm.
shirt, look like you got some pretty feet. let that conversation roll in, and I guarantee you, okay, this is what we're going to do. This is between me and you. I'm gonna do some doubles weekend now.
I'm sick of you. I'm sick of
And we
you.
gonna I'm gonna pay your pedicure now. If that's okay.
It's
Okay.
okay. Can
Hey,
we add that to the list?
right. And that's how you get your foot models even paid. Sometimes, hey man, try that.
Absolutely.
It worked for me. It worked for me. Now I didn't get that raise, but I sure got the
What,
feet.
girl?
I got prodigy.
Come on. Come on. I'm sick of you. Listen.
The pretty dog. That was my raise right there. I appreciate about that. So, and even if you don't get models, you can go to different areas in your location. Take
I'm
pictures
so
of
sick
you
of
see
her.
women feet out. Cause that's how you really gonna get out there. Yeah, don't be afraid if they say no. Don't be afraid.
Accept
Go
it.
to the next one.
Accept
Go to the next
rejection.
one.
It's not your
Right,
last.
right. It ain't the last one. Now, yeah, it might suck for a minute. Like, this girl got pretty fish. She want me to take a picture, post it. God damn it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's gonna sting a little bit, but guess what?
Be all right. That makes you stronger.
Yeah, you got a ton of different women out here, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You got a ton of them, man. If they move to another state, okay, you go to another lady.
But I notice a lot of guys will travel if you host.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, is fair, because if they come to me, I'll host. I'll get a room or something.
Yeah.
I think it's only fair.
Yeah. If you do, like, for instance, like I said, like, you have to be very creative. Like, if you ain't got no foot models in your area, you gotta. It's just you gotta go out there and look, or go on the different that's in your city.
Sometimes you just gotta ask, who like those toes sucked? You can do an anonymous page, hashtag your city, and who like them toes suck.
Right. So
there's all kinds of ways to actually just get that shit up out there in the open. I just feel like when I hear that, it's like, you mean tell me they ain't no fucking... Yeah, I don't believe that. It's just y'all not asking.
They're not models. They just
right.
Consider them love. Because to be honest, a lot of those ladies, they're not foot models. Some of them just non foot models, women that work, but they got guys that like their feet. So
yeah,
you might see on that page, even though you might say, this is my home girl,
right?
And this her feet like that, So just try it out. You can, even if you start traveling, you go to, let's say you're going to Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Now you already know you in Georgia. the foot of the land. You don't have to go to Atlanta. Shit, you go to Casita, Georgia. You can go to Columbus, Savannah.
I feel like they be bullshitting down there, because every time come to Atlanta, come to Atlanta, come to Atlanta, motherfuckers, stop saying that. Stop saying that.
You always gotta go to Atlanta. You got Columbus,
I'll go
Georgia,
see my friend.
And see what it is when they used to say there weren't enough foot models in Columbus, which is true, but what it is, sometimes you got to go out there and show out.
I feel like there's so many foot models down there. That's just bullshit. I feel like they don't want to pay that model's price, or there was some kind of the negotiations ain't going where it's going, and I.
So what you would do, like if you take a city like Columbus, Georgia,
mm-hmm.
and what you would do, like for me when I lived down there, and as I look back at it now, I know former co-workers, and I knew former co-workers of my sister.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they're not foot models, but if I asked them, hey, I always liked your pretty feet and everything, to start the conversation.
Right.
And tell them about your foot page. And I guarantee you, when I come down there to visit, they'll be like, yeah, when you come down here, we can do some photos and everything. Now, I pay for your pedicure.
Right.
Sometimes you have to try that just to see. Now, they'll be shy because the thing is, the ones that you didn't think that was into you sucking toys, them the ones you have to be like, nah, I didn't know she was into it. I would have did that. I would have
Absolutely.
been doing it a long time ago.
Closed mouths
You
don't
know,
get fed. Ask
yeah,
questions.
you're right. So you have to just go out there and roll the dice, man, with them. Or if you see a young lady at the beach and she, got her feet out, just see, can I take a picture of your souls and just tell about your page or whatever, your trademark, and hey, man, you be
But
surprised.
a lot of these guys don't want to be known though. So
What you have to do, you got to, if your name Christopher, you got to change it to Jehoshaphat. Buddy, you know what? Look, they got face pages on the wall. The host for 99. Good. I'm just scared. They ain't got no your face to
witness
those
of eyes.
things.
Listen, I'm so sick of him to who's so fun. Well, you know what? That's what I tell people. Make you a page that you can just be comfortable and relaxed and just embrace your your fetish, because using your real life page, that's just
Yeah.
putting you up. Now, if you comfortable with that shit, you good. There's a lot of men who are proud of that. Everybody know I
Right.
got a foot fetish. You
See, they
know,
probably see on my real page, yeah, I'm in some foot page, but they probably know I got a foot fetish, but I don't give a damn because I'm grown as fuck. So I'm
absolutely
not,
that period.
yeah, I'm grown as fuck. My
Grown
brother's
as
on one of his foot
fuck.
pages. Yeah, and he dare you to say something crazy to his ass about that bullshit. And
Huh?
then you like, so you, you know, you don't have to put your real name. Like I said, Jahusha for 99. But man,
Listen, only reason why I had used my Facebook page and with my government name is because I had all my platforms connected to Facebook to show
right,
that I am who I am. And
right,
because a lot of people need that trust, that is this legitimate you. Like, because I understand when you're giving a woman a whole lot of your money, that
I hear you.
identity, that consistency, that reference and shit. How many motherfuckers commenting on her shit? How many motherfuckers been dealing with? They look for shit like that.
Exactly.
You
Yes, sir.
know. So that's why I carry myself to a level of consistency, and I hope that what I do, it kind of gives other ladies demonstrations on how to build themselves on a consistent platform. If you're going to do this and you're going to do that, be consistent with this and that. Don't mislead that or be very detailed. This ain't for you. This is for him. This ain't for you. This is for him.
Right,
And
right.
what's
Because yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, sweetie.
Yeah, so that's why I feel like when you have a discussion with a lot of with different people, I always have a verbal conversation, and then I have a text conversation as a confirmation,
Yeah, right,
because it can go from verbal and then you go from text and then you done added in three fucking different things, and I don't remember
right,
saying that shit verbally.
right,
So
right.
that communication need to be in black and white, verbally
Mm-hmm.
understood what you not gonna do, regardless of what
Right,
they trying to add to,
right.
be consistent.
Right. And then another thing too, even like if you're doing contract, same thing. You know,
Absolutely.
you put in that contract, let them know that you're legit. Hey, this is what I do. This is my trademark. This is my name. You see, these are my pictures. Now, some of those pictures, I did shout outs and I got permission from the model for doing that. So,
Right.
and they'll be like, okay, well, he's fine, but there's knowing what finance to it and all that, you make sure it's on black and white ink.
Getting
It won't
sleepy.
be so you won't be going to Judge Judy talking about. Say you're pathetic.
I
So
want the
yeah,
negatives. I want all
yeah,
of it. Yeah, no.
yeah.
That yeah, and that's another thing that I had that all of this stuff that we basically covered what I've discussed in the one podcast about how to have a healthy relationship with your model and clientele. I don't like to
Right,
say the word clientele. I like to teach lessons.
right. And just
Absolutely.
and another thing, Queen. Your finance. Especially guys, you know your finance.
Mm,
So you know what you can afford for women in the game. For some, for some, where you might have to sometimes have to break bread to
mm-hmm.
get that worked up. If I know you're coming to Hawaii, I'm gonna be like, okay, I want this stuff. That she's coming in. See, she said she coming in February, so we in August right now. So I know I'm gonna have to. I might give up some damn weekends, but that's gonna suck. But I'm, but I'm gonna go
Bust a
ahead because
move.
I'm gonna think right. I'm gonna go ahead and suck it up, and then go ahead.
Take them deep breaths.
Yeah, take a deep breath, drink these 30 pancakes for a while, and then hit this roller because I'm trying to get scrubbed down
Ab-
coming out. I mean, if you have to do that, if,
Absolutely.
if you have to do that because this is what you're gonna do. I mean, we did it when we was at strip clubs. Well, we didn't have to spend that much because the only thing we had to do was get 100 ones from the bank
Hmm.
and we're good. Now you're talking about bringing footballers to your state or whatever. Even if you're going to their city, you're gonna spend, for them because if you must be doing something nice for them to embrace it. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? And guys gonna have to just have to understand that some women gonna look at it as a cheap luxury, and some people gonna have that standard. So certain football. Okay, I know DD comes around. Yeah, I know she like $1,400. So let me go ahead and deposit this 600, give her the rest, whatever. We check her hotel and everything.
Right.
Sorry, dudes, I can't hang with you this next 6 weeks. Man. I'm on a mission right now, man. I ain't gonna be able to go to any parties soon. I
I
got a
got
little
something to do.
tentacle.
I got somebody to take care of
Yeah,
for
so
the weekend.
if you
Somebody needs some
yeah,
help.
I might need some knees. I got to clean her pipes up. So happy foot life, happy life. That's all.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You don't understand the foot came up, buddy. I'm sorry. So Scott, I'm
Absolutely. I'm sick of you.
I hope your fans understand where I'm coming from. Please, I'm telling y'all. Look, you in this game for life, man. So trust me. Even
Yeah,
if you
you
got
just can't get rid of
co-workers,
something like that and just think it's gonna.
uh,
You know, I have had the honor though to have some guys that I call nephew, and
mm-hmm,
a couple of them were in relationships, and they wanted to do they wanted to do a session with me, one, but they wanted to experience me sleeping. And I like those type of things, but I have restless leg syndrome, I think. He said, because I kicked him a couple of times. But speaking about relationships, um, he has a fiance who does do all the things that he likes, that's very rare.
right. Gotta
So,
keep them.
building a relationship with him from his story, um, which I won't talk about, but from where he went through from being feel like he was under threat to now everybody don't give a fuck. You moved on. You grew up. You're in a safe place with your soon to be wife, so you can do all those things. You know, it's so for him to have that conversation with me and him to see him grow and acknowledge that he'd be a fool to keep looking elsewhere when you got it at home. That's the kind of
Yeah,
shit that you want to embrace because she's
right.
into opening up to what you're into. what you
Right.
like, she's willing to grow into it more. So, we talk from time to time. I haven't talked to him in a long time, but you know, um, last time I talked to him, he was good. He was happy, and some relationships work, some don't,
Yeah.
but being
Right.
honest is important to
Right.
everybody.
If you got a woman that's into it, my thing, I think I told a guy where that's if she's got you in a situation where she pleases you in any ways, that and just I ain't gonna say, well, you can't say you're blessed, but if she also feel uncomfortable with other women, yeah, just stick with what you got.
Yeah.
That's
Or
how.
let her go.
That's one rule I will say for the if you're especially if you're a guy, if your woman's into the foot that is only about her feet, then yeah, you pretty much don't go outside that part there.
Yeah.
And especially if it's a happy home, you know. But if they're okay with you doing it outside, then more power to you. But like if you got a good woman and she's pretty much into the foot game and good worship, but it's just about her feet, bro, you don't gotta come outside.
Nope. Just sit your ass at home and keep your
Yeah,
money
I
in
mean,
your
yeah,
pocketbook.
right.
Okay.
If think about it, if you had a woman like Jasmine Sullivan come on like that, oh buddy, I am
I'm not
not.
going no goddamn where. I have a friend. I met him on Snapchat,
Mm-hmm.
and so his wife uh, is into feet. So he's like he always teases me in some form of way. Well, not tease me, but kind of flirts with me in a clean, respectful way.
Right, right.
It's one thing to respectfully say, I love your feet, or I sure wish I could just taste it, things like that. Nothing ever
Right,
goes left from there, you know.
right.
And I love talking to him from time to time because he'll call me Sugarfoot. And he has this deep fucking very fucking voice, and when I'm feeling like having a little bad fucking morning, I'll be like, "Good morning, rising sun." They were like, "Good morning, Sugarfoot. What's wrong?" Like, nothing now. But he to have a conversation with him
Right,
about being in a relationship and having a wife that loves giving him his feet fetish, serving him his feet fetish in any kind of way that he desires. That's some fucking power right there, man. And I tell him, you got a really great fucking life right now, and you suck.
yeah, man, you better do more on that type of shit. I'd be like, bro, you know how hard it is to find a woman.
Like you ain't
Oh my
you ain't
goodness, bro.
shit. You can't be mine for one day though. Can you get a clone, motherfucker? But to have people like that to vibe out with, and they compliment you in a respectful way. That's like a safe space for me. Versus
Right,
someone want to take a conversation and go fucking left and talk about this and want to do that, and like you take the art away from it. You take away
yeah,
the beauty of it.
right.
And so when I speak with him, he just makes my fucking day, cause like, and then he'll show me a picture of him and his wife and him, sucking. Listen, his mouth big enough to fucking swallow a goddamn foot. If I could,
God damn.
honey, yeah, I,
Mm-hmm.
I, I just be like, I don't fucking like you. I want to talk to you for another 2 weeks, and I won't speak to him. Because you understand, having that pleasure like that on a regular basis is something bracing when you
Yeah,
when you have that partner, and then when you want a partner like that, but you just can't find someone that's genuinely authentic that will value it and appreciate it. It just be like, man, whatever. I know you using me.
Yeah, right.
You just
Like,
buying me shit so you can play with my feet and I can shut up. That's not gonna work. I need some
right.
passion behind shit like that. So
Right. So you like I said, if you get a person that's into it, man, and they understand it,
mm,
or even if they never experienced it,
mm,
they would look at the foot game a little different because from my previous ex, she never had no one introduce her to the foot game like that until she got with me,
mm.
and after we broke up a couple years later, she like, when you come to so and so, you got to come and showcase separate toes. You ain't said nothing but a word.
Say less. I'm on my
You say
way.
that. Yeah, you say this, man. So, you just got to be upfront and show out. Like I said, the early one you were saying about the German there, no foot women, you
hmm
just got to go out there, buddy, and don't, change the name to Jerusalem99.com footman. Boy,
That's JUASSARAFAH. Just as
yep,
super.
exactly. Yep, that's right, brother. I guarantee you that page broke. Israelite took a minute, man, but look, it
It's
grew.
big
It
and
grew.
popping.
It,
Absolutely. I'm proud
that
of you.
page grew. And I don't have that many pictures, but I guarantee you, if it is a certain model they be looking for a shout out, I
hmm
guarantee you, your page gonna grow. So you go to Facebook, go to Twitter or UK, and throw your stuff out there, man. Take
You said the
everywhere.
UK.
Go on the
Listen,
bus, go on the train, go on the bus, go to the mall, go to the zoo. Women out there be kind of,
anywhere.
yeah. So man, you just got
Anywhere.
to go out there, man. So yeah, prostitutes do it all the time. So why not
Ask for
this?
permission first, though. Don't take advantage of the prostitutes, please. I know
But
some people
but
that do that. Please
yeah,
don't take advantage of the prostitutes. They work too hard.
yeah, they work hard, and plus they have got no insurance, so you gotta, hey man, if you insurance man, go out there and tell them prostitute, hey look, you get kidnapped and beaten, you need to get you some life
I'm
insurance in case something
sick of
happens.
him.
I'm just saying,
I'm
look,
sick of him.
that would be the question to the pimp. You'd be like, hey man, you got like 6 women on the street corner. You got any life insurance on them?
What's your name? What's your full name? What's your address?
Yeah. If
I'm
something
sick of
happened,
you.
because her family don't know where she at. You might want
Do
to
you?
look at that.
Do you?
Issues.
Do you feel like that today there is a foot pimping thing going on?
What's pimping? I never gave that a thought. I
When I
think,
say foot pimping, I mean you'll go get someone. Okay, we all have different flavor in our feet,
right,
right? Toes. They can be ugly as fuck, crusty, musty, and all that. Everybody has their flavor in
right.
their feet, right? But
Mm-hmm.
do you feel like with one person, oh, you can make money by doing this and put them on the social media and just like kind of because do you remember? And when I say foot pimping, do you remember the chick over there on Instagram and Facebook that I met?
Yeah, yeah,
That incident, that kind of foot pimping. He downgraded her entire relationship.
yeah.
You feel
Now,
me?
it's kind of some ways or something like that. You know, uh, in some ways it could be like that if you put it in that situation. You know, um, me personally, if I'm out there, because let me rephrase that. Nah, because that person right there, she would be stupid. I hate to say that, but it would just be get stupid on that situation. If I got a girl,
Come through for the one
if I got
time.
a girl, and I know that pretty much she has pretty feet, and I'm selling her pictures or whatever, you know, me personally, I'm gonna. She's already getting paid for it, and pretty much you put it in on platform anyway. So
But she's
I'm
not getting
sure,
anything out of it.
yeah, but if she wasn't getting done, that's her fault. But if you, like I said, if you were doing if that's your girl and you're doing a contract on her, so both of y'all could get paid for showcasing her feet, she's getting a percentage of it just as well. So
Well, what I'm saying is he would post all her pictures and take all her photos and stuff, but he paid total of $700 for my
and pay.
stuff, and she didn't get Nathan out of that. Do you understand what the foot pimping come in at now?
That could be that part. Yeah, that's a bad pimp. That is bad pimp. She just got juked. You know,
But
she
so that shit was so sloppy, man. I sat here, I said, God told me to shut up and be still and watch and just
yeah,
listen. And the more and more she kept talking, the more and more that man kept disappearing. But
yep.
what I didn't understand is if you were in a relationship with her, what was the secret? Why couldn't y'all just be honest with me from the gate, saying that you wanted to work with me and me to work with her, and work
Right.
something out? But, you know, then she's fishing information out of me on how much money he spent. It was just, I'm sitting there, boy, you're not getting Nathan? You're not getting nothing? You what? What? What?
That's crazy. That's crazy.
So that's why I say, is there foot pimping out here?
Yeah. Now that part there, yeah, that would be considered pimp, foot pimp.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, that is, man. That, right there, she just lost. That's all I can say. You know,
Yeah.
you know, like if I think I did better with one of my foot pimping.
Not you foot pimping. Not you foot pimping.
But see, the thing about it, I did give her money. I gave her $200.
Okay.
You know, so, but I gave her $200.
Okay.
I could have gave her more, but because she wasn't not known to doing stuff like this her first time, I gave her that.
Okay.
And then that's kind of went on, because you got to think about it. She don't stay consistent. Like most of the ones that I know don't stay consistent. So but when we do content, it'd be pretty nice,
Right.
So she did get her $200, and then the next time we did it was another 200. Then it went from 200 to 300.
Okay.
So it was like, and then on top of that, she got a cup of coffee.
So you know what?
Right.
Fuck you in your goddamn cup of coffee. Yo, you are such a man whore.
And I mean, you want to consider that foot pimping? I mean, yeah, sure. But she got a better deal than that one did, because she didn't get nothing. she, that's how I did it. Now, I know this is wrong to say, but I also did a situation where it was kind of like a revenge.
Uh-oh, let's talk about it. Dark truths.
Right, because the person was trying to out hustle me.
Uh-oh.
So what I did, I used her feet as a payback. So what I did, like, okay, she was trying to out hustle me and try to be, I guess, a little player. I said, oh, okay. Now I could have did a lot of things. I could have cut up or did whatever.
Right.
I used my foot fetish as a platform on her feet. So this day, she don't even know her feet are on that page.
Oh my Lord, have mercy. Okay, but wait, now hold on, because it could be a good side to this.
Right.
Did you pay for the session?
Not the one that tried to out hustle me.
How did she try to out hustle you though?
Okay, So this is what she was trying to do. Okay, what was that state over our house, right?
Uh-huh.
What stayed over our house? Because when I told you when after I got the divorce and all this other stuff,
Right.
I had got some underneath. I had bought a few personal items to stay over there to like a situation.
Mm-hmm.
And when I went over there, I could go over her house. You know, she had another.
Oh.
So now she's acting different.
Here we go.
So she's acting different. You know, she like, I don't see why you trying to come over, yada 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 yada. I'm like, oh, okay. Now they argue. You know, because I'm already done with the other previous BS.
Mm-hmm.
So I say, so I'm thinking in my head, I said, okay, what can I do? And I was like, go ahead and see if I said, okay, I know. She decided to get her hair right. Go ahead and get some pictures of me. Never paid it. Never paid it.
Poor thing. So it was just a tit for tat at this point.
Right. Right. Pretended. Now, yeah, I might have said I was going to pay you, but I thought about that yesterday. And if y'all know anything about Neo,
Them goddamn Leos.
don't jokers like myself, we get even. We ain't got time with your crazy stuff. So, okay. So.
See how catty they can be? Catty as fuck. But don't worry, I'm pretty sure he has a little karma coming.
No, it's okay. Well, you know what? Karma just karma, man. Happy be happy like that. No one got hurt or nothing. So it was just so you just don't insult me and everything like
absolutely.
That,
you don't do that. We're gonna get your ass.
Yeah, you don't sit up there and do that and then expect me to just like you like she bipolar. She bipolar. I'm only trying to figure out. I'm like, you ain't bipolar, what the hell wrong with you? So I was like, so I always, you know what? I didn't do that situation right away. I waited till maybe about 4 or 5 months.
Oh my God. You plotted this bitch out.
Yeah, I waited like 5 or 4 months to the right time to get her, you know. And when she wanted to see me sometime, you know, I'd be like, I'm kind of tied up today, you know, I'm really, you know, busy. When can I see you? I'll let you know. And we have conversations and talking. And I'm just sticking to my head. She can be good. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So, well, you know.
I'm not saying to do that for a foot pivot or nothing, but that was my reason for doing that because she was trying to use me. So tap to tap, you know.
Tip for tat, that catty shit.
Right. So, you know, she didn't get paid for the pictures or anything like that. So
poor child.
Well, she did get 100 likes. I know.
You know what? It's not funny, but y'all, you know, when you get opportunity, use it, but don't abuse it.
Yeah. Don't do that. But that was my reason for the foot pivot right there. I got even, but I'm not telling you guys go foot pivot right there, man, because you know, especially like I said. The background check of the institution.
I've been on the 4th floor 3 times. I'm pretty goddamn sane today, motherfuckers. Try me.
I'm telling you, so that's why I wouldn't do that no more to nobody. But she was the only one I did that to because she was trying to play me. So yeah, that's why. And then you did it for tat when I was going through, you know, certain situations. You know, don't use my heart as the enemy.
Yeah.
To add it. So yeah, what you think I'm gonna do? You know. So
everybody's got it. Sometimes we take our fucking account. We just take it in their own hands and do what we wanted to. He plotted that shit the fuck out. I'm away. I'm away.
You know, and I understand God comes on time. He comes on time, but I had to have a talk with Solomon and Zayden and King Saul. I get it, but I
I'm
gotta
sick
get
of
her.
him. I'm sick of him. Sometimes, though, we all had to get back once in the blue moon. Everybody had to get. I had to get back. I did a get back. That bitch in
Yeah.
St. Louis. My clap back. I did a clap back. That bitch. I tried to stuff my goddamn foot down that bitch's fucking damn lungs.
I'm telling you, man. So yeah, this business could be a cutthroat, but yeah, that was one reason why I did the foot pimping on her. But
Foot pimping.
yeah, she was a the arc of work and everything, man. So like, just be careful. Don't I'm passionate about it. She knew I had a foot fetish. I'm passionate about that.
Passionate about my shit.
Don't sit up there and try to out hustle me. Oh, I'm gonna get your butt. Even if I don't get you in 5 months, I'm gonna get you in 2 years. Because I'm gonna remember this.
Absolutely. I'm sick of you.
Yeah,
I'm
like
sick of you.
I'm gonna show you sometimes how petty I can get sometimes.
I want to be petty, but I know God won't let me.
I'm just gonna throw a little example for y'all about my petty sometimes,
I put my petty just the fuck over. Hey, honey.
If a person unfriend you or block you for no reason, especially if you've been nice to them since Jesus Christ.
Amen. To the core.
You've been nice to them. You've been through trials with them. You've seen them through their sad past.
Absolutely.
Like, okay.
Bestified that shit. Bestified that shit.
Right, and they sit up there and they gonna block you because you ain't talk to them in the minute and all this stuff. Sometimes you gonna get hurt in your feelings. But what you need to do, wait 2 years. Get even. Get even.
I do. Because when they come in that goddamn DM, I've been waiting for you for. I've been watching you for a long time. But keep goddamn watching.
Yeah, because just watch them and observe. Be like, okay, because trust me, they gonna come back for you. They always do. They're gonna be like, hey, how you doing? Long time and everything. And just have you a girl that you didn't really care much about the kissing in front of her face.
I'm fucking dead. Listen, I'm sick. First of all, I ain't got nobody to kiss on. So.
This could have been you, but you decided to block me.
Sick of you. You know what though? I had a similar experience, and he following me back now. I ain't gonna say shit to him. I'm just gonna mind my business. Thank you.
It's just the petty that I do sometimes.
I want to be petty like a motherfucker. Can y'all imagine how many motherfuckers would be fucked up right now?
I would need a case of beer for a whole month. Boy, this is gonna be wild right here. I got to watch this shit. That's what they are. And everything. I was like, damn. That's what the
shit. As bad as I want to be petty, I promise you, I want to be petty. Cause oh my god, if I could, I would.
Like I said, I had to study that person. I'm thinking maybe 2 years. I'm pushing 7 months. That's what I'm pushing if I can. I'm like, I see you, girl. I see you.
I'm gonna hit you.
Sometimes when people do you wrong, you don't block them.
Nope. You wait for that moment when God opened that door. You go for it. That's his chance of letting you have your own little piece of karma. It don't come rare. It's rare. It's very rare.
Even if you didn't block them, you just be like, hey, I'm just checking to see how you do. They ain't said nothing else to you. Okay, I'm gonna keep these checks.
Ain't said shit. Absolutely. I'm remember this one. Or how many days it's been? How long it's been? 6 months.
It's been 195 days. You ain't talked to me like that, and I don't know Your butt,
It
okay?
said
So if you learn
sing.
how to drive, shoot, shoot, you sitting up there crying on my damn mama bed about your damn problem. See, I'm supposed to be out there with Shaquille and everything that night, and I was just sitting up there holding your hand because some dude broke your damn hand. Ain't this about a bit, man? Now Shakira mad at me. She ain't talking to me no more about your damn problems and everything.
Yo, motherfucking ass. Fucking up my life.
Them
Absolutely.
goddamn women, I swear to God, I'm sorry,
I'm
for
sick of
sure.
you. Got me over here fucking crying. Oh my god. Oh shit.
Scope, you don't know what them damn women did.
Listen, I'm sick of you.
I'm telling you, that was, oh my God. I don't believe I'm still mad at that situation. But I'm like, it doesn't make no sense. I can understand if we were in a relationship and you blocked me. There was no relationship. So how the hell did I get blocked? Shoot, I was like, did I say
But
something?
you know what? They catch feelings and they don't know how to handle it, and they don't want to deal with it. And they want to I do it. I detox from motherfuckers.
I'm trying to figure out, like, okay, I understand you like crazy dudes in your life.
Oh Lord.
That's normal for her. That's normal.
Okay.
Okay. That's normal. If you like a dude that has baby mama or ex-wife cheater, whatever, that's your business. Okay. I'm not about that life. I'm not.
I ain't built for it.
Right. I don't do stuff like if I'm really feeling you like that, I'll let you know. Like, yeah, I'm feeling you because you know you're cute and and stuff like that. Like I said, she was basically supposed to be on the policy. But see, she did her emotions and stuff like that because she was gonna be part of my pimping policy insurance. But since she acting Mrs. New, oh, okay.
Not the pimping insurance policy. I'm sick of you motherfuckers. You get nothing.
Oh my God.
I'll find another one. You're gonna reject that shit.
But my dad used to always tell me, he said, man, be careful with them girls with them cat eyes. He used to always tell me that crap. He said, one minute they nice and smiling, and the next thing you know, they turn to She-Ra. And I'm like, and I get it.
And
So,
you just test you are always that one to be testing the goddamn waters. You hard headed motherfucker.
I admit, see, guys,
Listen, let me.
It was more about just the girl having pretty feet. A lot of times they have pretty eyes, and especially if they cockeyed and they pretty eyes or something. Yeah, I feel it though. But
it's the cockeyed special specs requirements.
Yeah, and see, he's always telling me, my brother, hey man, y'all need to get pretty eyed girls, man. You young, you ain't making like dad, you just old, whatever. I'm telling you, one caught me 14 years, the other one blocked me, the other one been out the way. And then when I do something wrong, now I'm the guilty person.
I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy.
Right, because I don't call them or whatever now.
Absolutely.
Also, you don't talk to me now, so now you talking to Sheila. And Sheila gives me breakfast. Yeah, she's all right. You get mad for it too.
I'm sick of you.
So yeah, if y'all want y'all a woman, get you a woman that has pretty feet or something that isn't a foot gay. Some get these normal.
She don't have to have the pretty feet, but the feet that you want.
Yeah, don't get no normal woman because if you get a normal woman, they gonna go through some drama.
They gonna really verbally abuse your ass and your mental. Right. Listen, I want to say this to be clear with everyone. If people call you a weirdo or freak, you not normal, tell them fucking thank you. Because god damn it, the people that's calling you these names are the most dull, narrow-minded, closed, just numb people, that don't want to explore, don't have no ambition, don't have no creativity, no drive. It's not you, it's them. And then the type of people you need to let go. Find
That's all.
people that are like minded,
Right. That's right.
that fit to you. It's okay to be found people that fit you. We
It's
aren't supposed to be
absolutely
living for people's comfortability. That's the problem today. People are more
right.
miserable living through other people or for other people.
Right. Think about the people they used to think that was weird. Like they used to think George Clinton was weird
Mm-hmm.
because of the hair that he wore. He was psychedelic and everything,
Mm-hmm.
and made a profit out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Made a profit out of it. Sidney O'Connor.
Absolutely.
Sidney
So,
O'Connor. They
yep.
thought Jimi Hendrix was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and
Mm-hmm.
they're just normal human beings that they had their own fantasy.
They had
So
own
you
flair,
know,
own niche. Mm-hmm.
if they think you weird because you have a fetish, well, so be it. I
Welcome.
mean,
Imagine
yeah.
what they like.
Oh yeah, imagine what they like. Cause
They probably like smelling dirty ass damn panties while they sitting there taking a damn bath. Imagine. And them be the
right,
motherfucking ones that sit there and criticize you so you'll never focus on what they into.
right,
Mm.
absolutely. They personal need. They might like the same sex. They might
Mm-hmm.
like that, but they consider you weird.
Yeah.
You,
So
you know,
tell them
or
motherfuckers thank you.
yeah. So if so, just be you. If you got a foot fetish or you like strippers, hey, more power to you. Just keep your 101s when you lift. That's all. That's it. And don't take them on.
Absolutely.
And don't take them home to mama. That's it. That's
Absolutely. Don't take off. Absolutely. Have a great goddamn time. See you in church on Sunday. But
yes,
no,
ma'am.
I always tell people, why are you going to get in a relationship with someone that's not even compatible in any do
Right,
you and when I say compatible on your dark side of your dark happiness, you understand?
right.
Why are you going to be with someone that ain't got nothing compatible? They don't know how
Absolutely.
to take a foot rub without being insulted or freaked out behind it, or all kinds of different things. You got to find somebody that has some compatibility with you,
Right.
specs,
You know how many
requirements.
people that say I'm weird because I had a fetish? Yeah, act like I didn't care. Shit.
And that's why I
I keep
cussed a lot of motherfuckers out on my goddamn ex because they wanted me to
right,
live for their comfortability. I built
mm-hmm,
my shit the way I wanted to build my stuff.
right, right. You
You don't
you
get to
be
dictate or
surprised.
criticize. Those type of people are limited,
Yep, absolutely. Yep,
basic.
right. And it looking like I said, when you go on these podcasts and in the foot game, don't be surprised you see a gospel lady in there showcasing her feet, but she talking about Jesus.
I'm finna get me some church shoes. I ain't
Yeah,
playing this. I got my whole little church. I got my whole church dress and church. I'm getting me some church. I seen some church shoes. I want nice red ones.
actually, there's a guy that I follow. He has a foot page, but it's mostly like church women feet and everything. I
Shit, them
forgot
church.
his name.
That's where it all started. Church.
Yeah, yeah.
I used to
You,
wear
you, you,
stockings all the time in church. And motherfuckers,
right.
please, sister Hall, how you doing, sister?
Yeah, say, Sister Scopus, how you doing, young lady?
I
Yeah,
like
you
your
looking
shoes
good.
today. Those are nice shoes.
Yeah.
Those are real nice. Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
you want to
I'd
sit
be the
your
one to
butt
do
down.
the little spin and little twirl and shit. Absolutely. You get a good look at these goddamn legs today, buddy.
Yes, yeah. Look, and
Absolutely. I'm
our
gonna have to send you
church,
back to the pulpit when we done though.
and don't let it be a lady getting baptized.
Woo.
I'll be the first one in the front. You take me to the water
Wet
with
feet. I'm sick of you. You know what? We all going. We all already in hell. It's just gonna have to have a good time while we own it.
Hey, wow, don't let it be a cutie that's gonna get. She's gonna get
She finna
baptized.
get baptized. Oh, in
Oh
the
yeah.
land of oh,
We got it.
hallelujah. I'm
Yeah,
so sick of
you gonna
him.
help? Yes, I'm gonna help. That just put her right in there.
That's like some people would say that I would be a good church church wife.
Oh my! I believe you could.
Listen, I'll have every man in church every Sunday, Friday, Wednesday, and Thursday on paydays, ready to forgive their damn sins. I will be at the pulpit wearing a pair of red see-through stockings, high heel stiletto pumps, with a nice, beautiful hat and dress on. Amen.
Oh
Huh.
my goodness! I can see that.
Everybody coming to save their souls on those days only.
Think about the fellas, the foot games, only just at the hotel, they just at the church, the school. Shoot.
Absolutely.
Look, I tell you what, if you ever notice the teachers that have pretty feet, or the fathers go up there more often, they be at the student council.
My father never really cared for my schooling. I just feel like he was just using me for my fucking teacher sometimes. Because he definitely loved, listen, he loved feeding. He knew I wasn't going to be normal as a child. He knew. He knew. And he said, I just know, listen. He just was like, listen, let me tell you something. I know you go around here and you be busting these boys' balls, but you gotta take a chill pill, or they ain't gonna have no babies when they get on.
Oh my God!
He be watching. Everybody see. Back in the day, everybody watching you.
Right.
You don't know that they watching, but they watching you.
They are watching.
I know they used to get it.
They're watching you.
You're watching, yeah, and they just this and that. My neighbor, listen, my dad. By the time I get home, by the time I get home, my dad done had 10 fucking phone calls.
So sad.
Because these motherfuckers.
Your dad probably looking at you like, what the hell? Let me have this conversation.
No, he can't. That's why he said you gotta stop doing that because they're gonna have to have children one day. He said they're at home with ice. They in the house crying with ice packs and shit.
Damn, that's fucked up.
My father was like, "You're not gonna be a normal child, so we're gonna have to train you on how not to abuse ball busting."
Busting nuts and everything.
But back in the day, that was so fucking normal, busting balls. Because they would, everybody, I mean, I'm serious. Back in the day growing up, y'all would challenge each other who can bust balls and who can stand down. I did it.
We would have got for that shit, boy. Them girls would have got some of them girls that I knew. Oh my god, they would have been suspended, man. Them girls were crazy.
I had a gym teacher tell me not to ever, ever come to his gym class with my goddamn flats. And I told you I always had a selective style. I always wore stockings and flats and shit. And he told me never to ever come to gym class again with those flats and stockings on. And I was in high school at this time. And I didn't understand what he was talking about. I thought it was a bad idea. And, I thought, I'm thinking it was a bad dress or some outfit for him. Come to find out when he got off the school property, he said, ma'am, the reason why I asked you not to do that is because it's a very bad distraction and it's not healthy right now. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And I kept doing it. I ended up that happened. And he took me out of gym class. He said, "You passed. Get the fuck out of here. Don't you come back." He always avoided the shit out of it. Yeah, I understand, because he wanted to respect me as a child, because I was underage, and he wanted to keep his job. I believe if I was the right age. Ooh.
That temptation, boy, that temptation was like, you know what? Let me just go ahead and pass and be through with it. I'm not gonna have a situation. She just
Mr. Sanders, I'm grown now. I promise you, if I was, oh Jesus, he was fine as fuck too. Huh? Yeah, he could
wow.
definitely massage the shit out of these foot. But yeah, I just respected him for being honest with me about that, because you have a lot of predators in school and shit.
Oh
So,
man, yeah, you do. Yes, you do,
so
man.
yeah,
Shoot,
it's something to
you know.
think about, though. You got to remember. That's why I said respect comes in many different shades. You have to understand that these young girls look like grown women today.
Yeah, yeah. Cause like I said, some of them that look 21, 25, they look at 16 and
Yeah,
17.
yeah.
So you gotta be careful. Yeah, if you gotta ask for ID, please do.
Ask for ID. Just
Yeah, ask for
ask for it.
ID. Because just because they're not carrying that book, that does not mean they're grown. You know,
Yeah.
even that's another thing too for guys that's in the foot game. So you might want to ask them their age. Now, some of them you can be like, yeah, she look like she 45. Then she could be 18, so don't know what kind of lifestyle she living. But you know, you gotta be careful about their
Very.
age.
I
You know,
ask for ID all the time because
right,
a lot of y'all got that baby face shit.
right. Because if you look like for instance, if the young girl is 18, and you got children that's 18, 17 years old, and they're in the foot game, you're gonna kind of look at that. You're gonna look at that kind of different. Like, wait a minute now, you're 18. Yeah, you doing over here 18. So be careful.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, ask for a high school diploma too if you graduated.
Something.
Or GED.
Get
Or
that
GED.
information down. Seriously. Because
Yeah,
a lot of people are getting set up for that, and
right.
it's it's a dangerous game out here. But like I said,
Yeah,
I'm just grateful that he was man enough and mature
mature enough
enough to say,
to
"Man,
do that.
please don't do that no more." And for my
Yeah,
ignorant, hard headed ass kept fucking with him till because I didn't like Jim. That was my
right.
purpose of wearing flats and fucking stockings to his class. So that I think Jim. And just found out that he had a fetish. So, it's just that when men are really being respectful, take that,
Right.
and be grateful because there are some motherfuckers out here who ain't got no respect.
Back right. If especially these, guys, like if you see an age girl, just walk away.
Yeah.
You know, don't have a real conversation. Now, unless somebody was trying to attack them and you trying to, maybe a different story. But if you know your preference and you know them young girls, they have the decency not to say anything out of the way because they could probably lie.
Yeah.
But then again, guys, we got to be smart. Like okay, I'm not gonna get in trouble for
Yeah.
this.
I like freedom. Freedom.
Yeah, I like freedom. So
Freedom.
if you ain't trying to go to jail, ask for a high school diploma and age because you do have some 18-year-old women out here too.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Just like
and
that one model that I was telling you about, found out that she was underage for several years, and
yeah,
yeah, you
they
got to be
got
careful.
trust me, they
You're a
because even
child.
if you didn't know, it can set you up for that.
Yeah.
So just be careful. It's now 19, maybe 20 now. By the time they get 20, 21, it's a different story. They
Yeah.
in college, so now you can pretty much pay for their tuition, right?
Yeah. You're permitted to pay tuition at that
Yeah,
point.
you pay tuition, but now
Absolutely.
but if they're in high school and they trying to get in the foot game,
Mm-mm.
yeah,
Run.
get their ID and see if they got a GED or diploma.
Yeah.
If they still in high school, say no, can't do that.
Nope.
They'll
Absolutely not.
respect you. They might not like it now, but by the time they think about it years later, that man was very respectful for doing that.
Now, it's one thing as an adult to stay in adult places, but when you're growing up as a teenager, most of us lose our virginity in our teenage
Yeah,
years. That's within the teenage group age, not
right.
adults. That's
Because
when you cross the lines right there. So,
because you think about it, when you're at 18, 16,
hmm
around that age, you still trying to find yourself. You trying to find your identity. You trying to see, do you fit a certain crowd? Because your mind is everywhere, really.
yeah,
You innocent, really. To be honest, you're an innocent teenager. Because if you don't think you is, but you dealing with temptation.
lots
You
of
might,
it.
you know, you might see a crowd smoke cigarettes. You might think that's cool.
Yeah,
And they telling you, hey, cigarettes ain't is not the best, but you gonna try just to see how cool you are.
yeah. How you
You know,
look?
yeah, how you look, your fashion, you know. And then when you 21, 20, you just experiencing life and having fun and doing whatever. By the time you reach your 30s and 40s, pretty much should be like, okay, your maturity should be start kicking it in. These by the time you get 28, 27, around that time, maturity should be kind of kicking in just a little bit. Like, okay,
Some of y'all might take a
I,
little longer. 35 is the minimum.
yeah,
That's
with
the
some of them,
max.
yeah, with some of them, because some of them, like for me, I was clubbing at 18, so
Mm.
I stopped at 25, about 25, 26.
A year for
Yeah,
me, 21 to 22. That was it.
because like the club wasn't something that I was more going into more house music,
Mm.
and then kind of going into the foot game too. So we didn't even deal with clubs like that no more,
Hmm.
And plus the drinks were getting expensive. For one Corona for $7 at the time, so that was another thing.
Ooh, that shit pissed me off. $7, bitch. I could go
Yeah,
get a case for $7.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm like, is it, going to the club, and then you standing up and having the time,
Yeah, in the
and
dark.
right, can't find a seat. Even if you got there early, you can't find a seat. So you're like, okay, now unless you want to certain bars, that's different. You can find a seat there somewhere. And you
Hmm.
got the hamburger and fries or whatever,
That would be me.
So, right. So that's something that by the time you got like 26, 20, that's what I was kind of, me and my ex girlfriend at the time would go to a pool or something,
Hmm.
but then by the time you get in your 30s and 40, you know, it becomes different. You're not really thinking about the clubs like that because I think
Absolutely.
now,
You're
I
trying
think
to
now,
save a damn 401k.
yeah, if you do clubs, shh, you
You're still
probably
a
let's see, you go
child.
to a club now. Look, if you go to a club at 8 o'clock tonight, you probably get home by 11.
I'm not going. I don't even have. By the time I get dressed to go out, I'll be ready
Right,
to get undressed.
right. Because for me, I haven't been to a club, God knows where. I go to a bar, but most of the time the bar is down the street with my homies because we're the bar.
Hmm.
We got the Hawaii music going on and reggae,
Period.
right. So that's pretty much our bar
That's
right
that's
there.
the bar right there. Shit, the bar
Right.
is where you
We
take
got
it.
right. We got the fence. We got a couple chairs. We got baskets, and we got beer. We got
We got food. We good.
yeah. We
Shit.
might have food. Yeah,
Limited
cooking.
space, bitch. We got
Yeah,
we got our own space.
we got
Absolutely.
our own space. Cars come by, blowing horn, whatever.
Hey.
Cops might come once in a while just to check the neighborhood. That's it.
Absolutely.
That is it. And you need to buy your own. You share beer, or you buy your own beer. Like the other day, I bought beer because of the fact they did share beer with me. So it was
Hmm.
50-50. You
Hmm.
know, even though I had my own beer, but I bought them a case of beer because the last time they did share beer with me.
Right. Right.
That, so I felt they was like, oh yeah, do that. No, it was always told from the OGs. if you're gonna drink beer with somebody and they give it to you next time, you come by,
You
bring
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 something.
beer.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Even if you didn't bring it, then give them a shooting for $50 or whatever. Take it.
Absolutely. It's called.
That
Was that respect there. You
right,
valued
right,
it.
right. So that's the way that I flow with that, But that's pretty much what I'm doing in my 30s. But yeah, you ain't concentrating on your 41K plan because you're trying to figure out, okay, let me have this money saved up for retirement.
Absolutely.
Let me look at this because it ain't guaranteed I'm gonna be working for the rest of my life. So I'm gonna just
I
go
don't
ahead and
know. I'm not slaving.
put it on the side because the way jobs are now, they either closing up, laying off, folding up, or
Robots
whatever.
getting ready to take over. Dun dun
Yeah,
dun
robots,
dun.
right? Robots are taking over, and we should have learned that from Star Trek. So now, so now,
Will Robinson, Lost in Space. What are you talking about? Absolutely.
yeah,
All that shit.
yeah. So you got to figure out how to advance to technology money, and then where you gonna put your money at. I mean, if
Crypto.
you put it in the bank,
I'm learning
if you put
crypto.
it, yeah, if you put it in the bank, I mean, yeah, but
I'll
you
put
want
it
to
in
put
the
it
bank.
somewhere. Yeah, don't put everything in the bank. Get your a box of some type of investment bonds or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
So just in case if you need an emergency, you know, because that's what actually what most insurers tell you now.
Mm-hmm.
They be like, yeah, they don't really agree on having banks because they was talking about how the percentages is.
Oh yeah.
So they tell you like they have some type of saving deposit into the insurance, which will help, which is a good idea. Because when I first heard that, I used to be like, man, that's crazy as hell. Because we was always taught to put money in the bank, put money in the bank.
Shit, put money in your fucking damn TV and leave that bitch in your TV. Listen, sometimes money. I tell people, there's one thing to have money in the bank to open an account so you can cash your account. You cash your check.
Right.
But take it and make one small investment into some type of stock, right?
Yeah.
And then learn about Bitcoin. Learn about Bitcoin. I'm learning about it. So there you go, two investments right there. So then take what money you don't need and you put it somewhere away from a bank and away from you. You know what I mean? Go back to that old school because there gonna be days when you're gonna need that money. That money that you don't see is the money that stacks up faster.
And here's a thing that people don't realize: Bitcoin is legit.
Now, it is.
How did I figure that out? I did the cheap way, but I figured it as time went on. It is legit. So I would invest $1.
You got to start somewhere.
Just to see
test the waters.
Right, and then I went to $1, $3. A couple of weeks later, down the line, let me say maybe about a month or two, it came back $5 invested. So then be okay, I got $5 back. So that tells me, okay, Bitcoin is legit.
Right now, Bitcoin is going up.
Right now, yeah, it is going up.
It's been going up for the last 2 months, actually 3 months.
Right. So if you invest $300, $100 every 2 weeks, whatever week or whatever, that money probably will grow up. But at that time, I didn't think it was real. So I said, let me just check it out. Let me see what's going on. $1. And then next day, I know a couple of weeks, I get something from Cash App said you got $5. Bitcoin, so what? I didn't. And because when you tell people like, man, because I was one of those believers like, man, I don't trust Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I don't trust it.
Yeah.
But then as time went on and people talking, because you even hear, even though he's crazy at times, Shannon Sharp said, yeah, it is real. It is real.
Stupid motherfucker.
But he was like, yeah, that Bitcoin does work because he invested in
it. He gonna have to invest a whole lot more.
You know what? What I told him, stop being too cocky now.
Fuck him. He got what he deserved. Karma's a bitch. You don't do your child like trash.
I didn't like that, man, because I feel like even if you didn't pay for the whole thing, you can at least say, I'm gonna pay maybe 55% of it and see if y'all can do that. Okay, but dude, that's your child. Come on now.
He paid someone else that money.
Oh, he paid for a cheek.
He paid for another child.
A cheek? Was it some cheeks? And the settlement. I'm like,
Crazy.
boy, you
Lost your job.
and you know,
Huh.
lost your job. You probably gonna lose fame. You probably finna lose more.
Well,
And he has the personality up there. He knows sports and games, so he has the OG knowledge. You just didn't have knowledge with women, but see,
yes,
thing
he
about
did.
him,
He had knowledge
he,
with women.
yeah, but you know what? The thing about him, he was too cocky.
I don't
Very
see
too
nothing.
cocky.
That's the one ugly motherfucker.
You know, because he got them
When I look at him, he just irks to his energy is just toxic.
He got the muscles, got the tight
Muscles.
suit.
He looked like he stuffed himself into a goddamn bodysuit.
He's got the muscles in the tight
That shit
suits.
is nasty looking on him. He don't fit that criteria.
I'm like,
He don't.
like,
Nothing attracts me to something like that. He's special. He's
yeah.
challenged.
But now I know every day he's thinking about like, man,
I wish I never did my daughter that way.
Yep, your daughter, and you dealing with this young girl on the man, and she retired from it.
That bitch will never have to work a day in her fucking life again. Thank you, but your daughter will.
Oh my goodness! Like,
Make that shit make sense.
You know what? To make it matter, I hate to say this, but his situation is worse than OJ's.
Absolutely, I agree.
His was worse than OJ. These OJ was coming back to reality. He was kind of like, man, fuck what y'all say. I know I didn't. You know, he was like, whatever, you know. But Shannon, this is worse than OJ's.
Yeah, he's well, no, you know what? No. Okay, no. P Diddy is worse than OJ. Sharp.
Yeah.
What's his name? Sharpton. Sharp. What his name?
Shannon.
Shannon Sharp. Sound like a fucking feminine. Shannon Sharp. Is one of those old heads that just trying to live as a sugar daddy. And today there is no such thing as sugar daddies.
I mean, you still got them, but they're not in popular form. You know,
there ain't no sugar daddies.
They're not even sugar daddies no more. I think they call them papas now.
Them motherfuckers is just an ATM. Hey ATM, what I gotta do to get fucking $5,000? That's all that the fuck is. An ATM. Do it and you get it. That's just plain and simple. Absolutely.
They used to call them poppies.
Poppy my ass. What's the motherfucker would call? You know, I had to tell an old head, I said, listen, you sitting over here trying to play sugar daddy.
Yeah.
I said, today sugar daddies get fucked up and set up. I said, I told him, I said, your money ain't no good over here. I said, you can't even match what I want. And when I tell him what I normally get in a regular month, I can't do all that. Maybe we can work something out. Nope, there's nothing to work out. I said, you have to understand today, women don't need to have a sugar daddy. The only ones that's looking for a sugar daddy is the bitches that not gonna get a job, not gonna do nothing, not lift a hand.
Because once upon a time, in the 90s, the 80s, the 70s, and early 2000s, now, I can remember this even when I was living in Georgia. Like we used to go to some of those Tuskegee Morehouse parades. Used to be a lot of sugar daddy stuff there. And I'm gonna tell you, they didn't dress like pimps, but they dressed the casual. You know, they have on that that dress short sleeve shirt with the khakis, and they got on their cigars, and they got on their casual shoes, and the Kango had the Three Stooges of Curly Joe on that. So
Mm-hmm.
a lot of them will be at the Tuskegee Morehouse, and you know, at one point we thought in the mind that my sister had to go back, tell me what was going on. It was like, man, that's his daughter, granddaughter. And I was like, she doesn't even look like him and everything. She's like, I'm gonna give you some OG lessons, bro. You know, a lot of them old guys, I'm not their daughter, them they little young niggas they send them to and see a lot of them been watching them since they were teenagers. So by the time they got to college stuff, you know, they've been watching them since they were 12, 13, 14. So they waited till they got grown. When they got out of high school, they paying their tuition, paying their science, but outfit, uniform, lunch, trip to San Diego or whatever.
And you know, when you're young, you do dumb things.
Right. Shannon Sharp was kind of in this situation. Only difference is he got caught. He
didn't get caught. He won. He did what he did. He didn't get caught. Yeah. She told him what time it was. That's all.
She recording money, and I could be dummy. He up there like, boy.
He loved it.
Hey, man, you better be careful with them young boy. You know.
Well, you know but you know it's I don't know what it is, but it's not like it's new. You know, the dark truths. Here we go. I've always dated older men growing up.
Right.
Always have. Because my father always told me, ain't no need of you dating someone around your age frame because they learning just like you learning. They can't guide you and give you some stability. And he was right. But dealing with an older man came with some motherfucking damn rules and shit. And I was like, well, wait a minute. I'm still grown the fuck up. What you mean? I can't do this. What you mean? You know? So, you know, dealing with growing up, we all either dated someone older or someone younger. Most guys have the opportunity to get lucky with an older woman by lying. It's just back in the day, that's what happened.
Because I remember now, the young, I ain't gonna say she be young. Let's say I was about 18, 19.
Mm-hmm.
So the young lady, she was a co-worker of my sister at a job. Mm-hmm. So we used to clubs back in the day. You know, it was a club called the Legion. I think we used to go to this other club called the Barney Free. It was another one. Mm-hmm. So at that time, I'm about 18, 19. She was in her 40s. Mm-hmm. You know, now, did my mama and sister to them like it? No. They like
absolutely. They felt like,
right,
she was too old.
But did my daddy care? Yeah. And dad was like, you know, he sucked it up. He was like, my
man. If you only knew, my motherfucker. Sorry.
He's like, yeah, son, just be crushed, my
man. Daddy was a cool dude at this point. You know what?
Yeah, he like, my man. He like, then you got your old woman. Yeah. Be careful.
Consequences coming, my guy. Yeah.
Yeah. And my sister and mama get, you know, they got that look. You know, like, try my bread. I got something for you, girl.
Do something stupid and make me feel good. No, you know what though? But honestly, though, it's one thing when you're okay. It's one thing when you're a predator. A predator is someone that has their eye on you consistently.
Right.
Versus meeting someone genuinely who is a little older than you. And when I say a little older, maybe 5 years. I was 17 and I dated a 23-year-old.
Right.
It was still in the lower lane, but but it was just the maturity of the person that I was dating that was older than me. And my mother at that time consented the relationship. You got to go by the laws, the guidelines, and shit
Right,
for shit like
right,
that to take place. You know.
right.
But yeah, I learned a lot of shit growing up, but um, it's just you got to be responsible for you and the people around you. You have to let them know that you're not here to fuck around and find out. So
Right,
ask for them
right.
motherfucking identification cards today because yeah, them goddamn
Because
chemicals your kids are eating, them motherfuckers developing fast.
yeah, they are
Stir.
developing.
Mhm.
Young ladies are developing very little different than it was back in the day. It ain't
Guys
natural
too.
now. So you guys, fellas, you be careful. And you women be careful. Some of the young dudes, they say they 23 and actually they 17. So
Hmm.
you see them playing high school ball at the school.
That little motherfucker. Yeah. Shit,
He got
that mother.
his real name is Gerald Sampson. On a Facebook, on Instagram, his name is DC Ferrari Comet 94. So, hey, man, that's DC Comet. That motherfucker said,
That
what?
little motherfucker got
Man,
me.
we get
Ask for them
because
damn IDs, y'all. Please ask for them
check your
IDs.
ID, man. Because I'm gonna tell you, like, trust me, I'm 44, and God knows, some
Mm-hmm.
young girl, they'll look at you and be like, I'll be looking at look. I'm not R. Kelly, okay? Now, yeah, I like to
Absolutely.
pick the toilet, but I'm not for the sit up here. You finna get peed on and you accuse me of doing something to you. So back off.
Mm-mm. Yeah, that was disturbing. I heard some shit talking about some old guy I followed on TikTok. He was like, "Give R. Kelly another chance."
Man, if you get
That
that
was a.
dude,
He said that was a mistake. I said, "Where was the mistake at that he
if
made?"
if that's the case, then that's so what you're telling me that because he was a celebrity, he gets a pass for doing he's
Yeah, I passed
that
the fuck out of here.
because that's somebody's daughter. Now,
And
me
that parent should be
personally,
right next to him.
right, and then top of that, take away the success that music he had, and if you look at what the industry tried to cover it up.
Mm. They had a whole fucking hand in that shit.
Right, and because trust me, if it was myself doing that, oh, there's no cover up for it. They're gonna
Listen,
be like, you did go to jail. He's a caregiver or he's a janitor. He need to go to jail, but because he's a celebrity and he has security and it's sitting there now. I know there are a few celebrities that like that shit either,
he
because
took
Donnell
a
Jones,
15-year-old child to
yeah, Donnell
Mexico
Jones
and
and Queen
married
J,
her.
right, that's 15, and look, most of his fan base was
Mm-hmm.
grown
Young.
women,
Mm-hmm.
young and grown women, and
Mm-hmm.
he could have had any
Any
woman
grown
in the
woman.
world. She could have been 85 years old. He could have made a song about how to pop a lollipop with an 8-year-old.
Absolutely. How many licks does it get to the goddamn center?
Right. And
Mm-hmm.
for all your downfall success was a young 16, 15, 13-year-old girl.
Why is
Because
it that why is it that this happened? Like I know he has had a history of abuse. It's clear.
that's one part of the trick, okay? But to do that to another child, because you're now, there was something wrong with him at the time when this happened, when he was probably a kid. So,
That's why I say he had a history of this shit going on.
right.
The way
So
he
you
talked
got
about how
to,
he wanted to kiss his mother and drink behind her and things like that. So at this time, the mama didn't even acknowledge the fact that he had some fucking shit going on. And then the family,
right.
other family so called didn't it was so many excuses going on.
Because I promise you, if my mom and their daddy saw that, they was going to get help. Like, okay, something going on with this dude. Help. that he
You talking
he's
like this, we gonna get some therapy or something.
you gonna get some therapy, man. They gonna do more than church healing. They finna get some therapy.
We
You
gonna
know,
pray on
there.
it. In
Yeah.
the
So somewhere
name of
around the nine,
Jesus.
somewhere around the nine, there was no knowledge, or they just put it under the rug. Like, oh, that's just Kelly.
No,
Or that's just Rob.
no.
You know, because sometimes you know, if you don't see that little small thing going on with the child at that age, and you're like, okay, that's just Rob. He gonna grow out of it. He might not grow out of that shit, so you might want to catch it now and have a talk with, hey man, come over here for a sec now.
No. There are some things that that kids do that are innocent to a child, and parents
Right.
understand that there are some. When you get to a certain age, though, and you're acting out and you're doing this and that, there's something seriously wrong. Seriously, because I acted the fuck out when I was molested, and I definitely acted the fuck out when I was raped.
Mhm.
There are telltale signs. Hey, something ain't fucking right. And then you have this other thing where everybody, oh, that's your auntie or that's your uncle. Everybody wasn't auntie and uncle. Auntie and uncle were doing far too fuck ass much.
Right. Girl, trust me, when I worked in the psychic unit, the stuff that I seen from record of kids from the age of 8 all the way up to 18, 19.
I believe it.
Oh my God. Yeah, make me
Trauma.
be like, boy, you got to be a strong human to work in that type, because
Yeah.
your heart goes out to the kid, because even though there are psychological problems going on with them, but you got to look at stuff on that record they got.
Mm-hmm.
Besides sex and abuse, you got
Mm-hmm.
molested at 5. They 18, so they molested at 5. They hearing stuff. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it sometimes, like, you just they just want you to hear them sometimes. And I'm talking, and a lot of times they'll talk to me because I guess they just felt comfortable with the conversation,
Mm-hmm.
and I just listen. I said, man, this, whatever. And they'll listen. Most of them did,
Right.
but that's that right there. If I had to do cycle unit, I don't want to do kids, because you'll get very attached and you're gonna feel bad, and then you're gonna start thinking about the system.
Mm-hmm.
Like, where did we fail at? Where these kids molested or help? Now.
But the
Kids
sad part is a lot of kids are homeless more than adults today.
That's another thing too. There were kids in there that were homeless.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have nowhere to go, so they had to send them to the mainland. Like I think they had to send a kid to Utah.
Mm-hmm. I remember you telling me that.
Yeah, it's just, that's the one part I'd be like, nah, I don't think I want to work with kids, because the stories that you see, the psychological. Now, some of them didn't have abuse, some of them had the psychological things going on,
Mental.
and they were probably wrong with certain things, but ones that have, rape, molested, yeah, you really have to kind of be aware of them, because they might spaz out, might scream, they certain way they might have food. Mind is like a child when you're talking with them.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Think about this. You're in a room with the age of kids is 5, and you're about 14, 15, and you're cuddling. So the mind right now, while they cuddling like, this is so, their mind is back to a child at 15. But then when they get around other ones, it becomes totally different.
Totally
like a
different.
Dark cloud. So that, don't ask me how I checked it out, but I felt bad for some of them. I was like, whoa,
But that's the thing, though. A lot, and that goes with BDSM. BDSM helped me cope with a lot of my shit to where I became a survivor and not a victim. You know, it, and having a place to organize all of the elements that I had to learn how to cope with, in entwining with BDSM and the foot life, and it helped me heal.
Right.
So again, as a child, you don't never know what a person's been through. And I say that because I want people to understand when people ask for certain shit they shouldn't be asking for, you don't know what
Right.
that does to a person.
Absolutely.
Them
Right.
triggers are so horrible. And
Yeah.
it's just getting to the point where I rather have to I might have to just share my fucking story so people
Yeah.
understand if why I'm not fucking anyone because it seems to
Right.
be so important to people that they don't take into consideration what someone has been through. And women are very forceful on men today. And men are really screaming for help a lot of times because they have no one to really listen to their stories.
That's good. They getting abused.
Yeah, it shit
You
takes
know,
advantage. It goes deep.
Emotions. Their emotions get kind of crazy. Like
Oh yeah,
sometimes,
yeah.
you're not thinking to yourself, like, man, why is this too emotional? And you got to think about, you have a conversation with, like, man, what's going on?
Hmm.
Man, I came from a home where, all my mom and dad did was fight or whatever, or,
Hmm.
you know, you saw them fighting, stuff like that. Like you were saying
Triggers.
about, you have to tell that story. It's a young lady that I subscribe to. She's in the book game, and she was kind of talking what you're saying about.
Hmm.
She had to share her story in her book about why she don't do sessions and what happened to her as a child, trauma to abuse in the relationship. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's why that's why I asked, like, do you do sex shit? I don't really get details with, like, why you don't do it, but when you tell me no, it had to be a reason. Either
Yeah. Yeah.
it
It
was a
doesn't mean for you to pursue the fucking that delusional
right,
idea that it's going to be a yes coming. No.
right. And even to be honest, even some of the dudes don't even do sections now.
Yeah.
Some dudes probably, some of them just be like, no, I just stay local.
Yeah.
Come out from.
Yeah.
Don't you get when you from Detroit? Oh hell no.
Please stay right over there.
Please stay over there. Please stay there with Detroit Pistons, please. I'm not
Absolutely. I'm gonna stay right over here where I'm at. You
yeah,
stay.
yeah. I just post your picture. I just post these
I
pictures.
just share,
Like,
like and
I
share.
just, I just, nope, I'm good. So yeah, some of them will say, hey, no, I just stick with my locals here, and and do the photos here, and I'm good.
Yeah,
Because
I see
you
that.
happening,
I see
yeah,
that.
there are some guys. I have one homeboy. He was from Iowa, and
Hmm.
he was talking about the story. This was a couple years ago. He doing a session with the girl. And I think the boyfriend came in. She didn't tell her she was doing it. He didn't know. So them
Ooh.
tangle and all kind of stuff. He came out there safe, But we was, that's why we asked them, girl. Look at those live sessions with some of the women. Look at the surrounding they be
I mean, I get it why a lot of guys ask, "Am I single?" But I feel like everybody know I'm fucking single. If you ask me that question, you don't know much about me. You should do your research. So you don't ask me that question because mm, I feel like I understand why you ask.
Right.
I understand, but if 9 times 10 when a motherfucker asks me that, it's just because they want to see if they got a shot.
Yeah.
So
You know what? Another thing
damn,
too,
that's deep.
a
That's
lot of
deep.
guys fall in love with the bottles.
Well,
It's crazy. I love the models. That I apply and I appreciate, but falling in love with them. Well, that's
that's why I'm good over here. I promise you, I'll see my guys when they're ready to see me. Other than that, because
I'm
yeah,
good.
no,
Yeah,
no. I had one guy. You know that I've been for months. I'm glad I eliminated my phone number to one simple number and deleted everything. He just kept calling, following every fucking platform, making another page, doing this, making another page. It was just tiresome to being stalked and harassed. And then you come to my live and disrespect me. It was just like, what the fuck did you know?
Right.
You can't. Ooh, that's why I like sometimes I wish I had just been more selective in the way I presented myself, you know. And
Right. Right.
I hope that other people see and hear the shit I go through, not just because I'm talking about it, but to learn from it, to nip some shit in the fucking bud.
Right.
You
Right.
know,
Right.
give respect where respect is due, and from the gate. Not don't come in my DMs talking about I want to eat your pussy, and then and I'm like, who the fuck are you though?
That's another thing. You have to be on some personal level, to do some prep, even if it was a personal level.
Absolutely,
Yeah, there's a limit for me to say certain things to a person, especially if it's a
absolutely.
woman. Even if I've been knowing you 5 or 10 years, even when I'm in a comfortable space with you, and that's we're cool like that. That's different, but
Right.
so you just can't say that to a woman because you don't know what's turning them off. And even if with a woman, you like if a woman send a picture of a vagina to your page. Now, maybe when I was 19 and 20, I'd be like, ooh, nah.
Right. Ooh, wee. Yeah.
Right. Now, you get older, you be like, oh, I ain't seen that on a lot of men.
This ain't
Not
nothing
saying it
new.
doesn't turn me on, but it doesn't.
I didn't ask for it. I don't want it.
Right. Because I just asked for your toes and maybe your booty property, but I didn't ask for your vagina. You can keep that. Get up to Jehoshaphat 99. You giving him, man. I don't You know what? I might use that name right there.
Yeah, go ahead and use the fucking name because Jehoshaphat J.A. I'm not going to start. Listen, no, but you know what? I do appreciate everything that we have talked about tonight, and I really hope that a lot of people take heed and learn from it and grow and don't be afraid to ask questions and you know
Right.
again his name is Ketro Life, Ketro, right? Life
Yeah. Ketro Life
on Instagram.
Yep.
Go support him. He's really cool, awesome, powerful, strong individual. He's very supportive. He came a long way. He came a mighty long way
Yep.
to opening up and being vulnerable.
Yes, she has. The queen has opened my eyes to a lot of stuff. And she didn't came a long way.
A long way.
Stuff that I've observed, and I'm like, wow. I don't call her at that moment. I'm gonna get her as soon as a couple hours from my job. I'm gonna be like, yeah, I know it's 3 in the morning, but what the hell going on?
Where I have to go? What the fuck is going? You know what? And you know when I had lost my grandson in that drowning, you did not hesitate to just call. You didn't text me. You called. You kept calling until I answered. You know that was helpful.
Yeah, that was a hurtful thing. And top of that, I prayed. When I went to Bible study, he always was asked, yeah, prayer. I didn't mention the name, but nothing. I made up a name, but
it's all good.
They prayed. I'm that my prayer team prayed.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Pray. Yeah, it was like I want y'all to pray for my friend Kiana Tatia. She's a baby got grounded with a. They like
the name.
Kiana Tatia.
But yeah, that they found him like 7 days later, and he was only, I think they said maybe like 100 and something feet away from where he drowned.
Yeah, because the way that water
They
25th
found
anniversary.
they found two more bodies. They found two bodies before they found his body in the same fucking
Oh
river.
wow.
Yeah,
Oh wow.
yeah.
You know, 'cause that water is part of it is part of the Mississippi River.
I think
Connect.
so.
I think it's connected to the Mississippi River.
I think so. It's a very big river, and it's very murky, very murky. And
Guy.
yeah, they found two guys' bodies in two separate parts of the river. Then they found him. So it's the point is that you called, and I appreciate you being there for me when I was frustrated
Anytime,
and
love.
going through that
Anytime.
shit because it was kind of hard, and the people that you think that would really be there for you wasn't there, so that cutting shit was real easy
Yeah.
for me, you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
because everybody ain't there for you. But
Right. Right.
yeah,
You know that's a tough moment, man. You know, probably losing a loved one, your grandchild, especially if it's kids.
yeah,
You
he
know,
was
dealing with
only
kids. And I witnessed. I had a friend that went through the same situation when she also was born,
mm,
and she caught it, and then top of that, she's dealing with mental issues at that time. So
mm,
the only thing I can do at that time, I called, but because she was like the other side of town where I stayed at,
mm-hmm.
I just go over there and check on, see if she's okay, because she could have just snapped out.
Like
You know,
that, right?
just want to hear somebody. 'Cause I know her mom is dead, but everybody grieve different.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
and that's how you deal with death different. Some people, they get depressed that the loved ones ain't here no more.
mm-hmm,
Some
mm-hmm,
some of them party.
mm-hmm.
You know, like you go to New Orleans, they ain't someone. Most of them people die. They have a celebration.
You're supposed to
You know,
celebrate the
yeah,
life,
you
though,
tell
not
you really
not be
supposed to
mourning.
celebrate, but right, you supposed to really celebrate because man, when my mom and dad passed away, yeah, I was hurt ugly, man. When you saw the poor child in that piece, yeah, put that thing over that black.
Absolutely. Stack it up on there 3 times for the one
Yeah,
time.
yeah, I am so sorry about you. Yeah, I'm sorry too, but boy, I see you got that 12 pack right there. Yeah, you put that right over
Absolutely.
there.
Right over there. Absolutely. Yeah, but I feel like people need to learn how to mourn differently
Yeah,
instead of
right.
celebrating uh um the death of a loved one in
Right.
sadness. When you first hear the passing, that's when you start the mourning, the crying. But when it's time to send them on home, you start saying you start smiling, you start remembering the things that they've done that was impacting on your life, and keep that
Yes.
memory alive. I stopped going to funerals. I don't go to funerals.
I don't know when the last funeral I went to.
I'd rather for you to remember what impression I gave you. Remember
Right.
that.
Right.
So
Right.
I don't do funerals.
That's what I had to do when my god sister passed away.
Hmm.
First about that. But at the same time, I had to lavish shit that she
Yeah,
say,
yeah,
you know, because 9 out of 10, I'm sure that she don't want you to be feeling sad. You gotta
absolutely.
I would say, you got a life to live.
Got a life
Push
to
it,
live.
keep pushing. If I'm gone, keep pushing. Don't. I'll be okay. Whatever.
Yeah,
Same thing with my mom and dad. Now the rest of the siblings, they might have took it a little different.
different.
Because my sister probably was there, saw her when she passed away, and kids, and me and my brothers, we just kind of, observed it a little different. So, but
Yeah.
it hit different when my dad died, but for her, because
Mm.
her health was kind of declining. A little, okay,
Mhm.
yeah, we got to get prepared for this, man,
Yeah.
right here. But you're always supposed to celebrate the dead,
Always.
because if they was the type to be the life of a party or a person that you could, relate to in life, yeah, celebrate it. Like,
Right. You celebrate
when
their
they
time that they had here with you.
right when they
I
my
just
loved
got,
one passed away,
man,
and
listen, I got
they
tired of them
love
damn funerals.
man, the darn casket is high as hell. It's
Listen, I'm
crazy.
going to go straight to the motherfucking infirmary. Just burn my ass, baby. Let it burn. Ain't no need of tops or shit, nothing. Just gonna shove me in there and fertilize my ass. Look, you know, but nope, not doing that shit. Absolutely not. I
Nah, just
stopped
get
going to
my
fucking
casket.
funerals because people got too extreme with that shit. Motherfuckers standing in the goddamn corner on a fucking motorcycle and shit. That's what we doing. That's why I have a lot of black people ain't got no money no more because they spent it all.
Yeah, you're right. The insurance and the funeral casket, man, that's a
Yeah.
lot. That's a lot of
That
money.
shit freaked me out. You standing in the goddamn corner on the motorcycle. What the fuck are we doing?
And
That
man,
ain't that man. That's too much. Listen, just send them on home, and then y'all gonna have a little shindig for them.
I should play some Tupac, toss it up with
Absolutely, all eyes on
California,
me.
yeah, California love or something.
Have something. Yeah, yeah. I don't go to funerals. Don't come to mine because I'm not gonna have one. Y'all ain't gonna even know when I'm gone. Promise. You
we
think I'm
just
on hiatus?
if we if we figure that she's gone, y'all will just toss it up with how do you want it with Tupac again,
However
Casey.
you want it. Absolutely. Shit.
That is the national song for us, man.
Absolutely. Shit.
I might need to put that in the wheel. Play Tupac again. How you want it?
Shit. I'm just
Dance
saying
with it,
I rather not be in a fucking casket, motherfuckers looking at me and shit. These people come and shoot up the damn casket today. I don't. I'm good.
man.
Can you imagine motherfuckers getting mad at me because I didn't give them a foot job, and they come to my
Come down and talk that shit. That would be some crazy shit now. But like, you couldn't do it now,
Bet you gonna do it now, huh? Bet you won't do nothing. Then you can't say no now. You motherfucker. Listen. Yeah, that shit be funny. But I appreciate you. I'm finna take my ass the fuck to bed. It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
okay, yeah, it's 8:52 here, so
No,
yeah.
nobody
We
give
still
a fuck about what time it is in Hawaii.
we gonna toss it up tonight, y'all.
Your atlas, you finna toss it up. I'm finna toss it in, baby.
Yeah.
I so appreciate you, Ketchel. I appreciate you, and I'll always have lots and lots of love for you. I'm
That's what.
so proud of your journey, and thank you for sharing some information and some ideas and whatnot for upcoming entrepreneurs and foot
Yeah.
lovers. I'm pretty
Welcome
sure.
anytime, anytime.
Well, I look forward to tomorrow since today is Sunday. I'm not doing a motherfucking thing. I know I got Sinful Sunday tonight,
Okay, okay,
but that's
okay.
only going to be for 30 damn minutes. I'm going to tell you a little story time and we're going to go to bed on Sunday. I got to commit. I got to be consistent, right? I got to commit.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I'm doing my best, I promise you. But I would definitely give you a call back later this week. And
Okay.
please continue to do what you're doing down there and grow successfully on your platforms. And you know I care about you a lot. So don't make me have to catch a
Okay.
fucking flight down there and beat one of them goddamn
Yes.
Asians' asses. All right, y'all. I'm up out of here. I appreciate y'all vibing out with me and Catch Your Life. We had a great time. I hope y'all learn and benefit from this. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask in the comments under the post. All right, you guys have a good night.